Oh no, my headphones. Oh god. Yeah. Yeah. My cord. Alright, we're good. Alright. Alright. Yep. Yep. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the pod. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. It is sunny out. It's a beautiful day on this fine July morning as the journey across Eldara continues. So, our heroes have set out from the city of Duran. They like two things there. Duran and Duran. Sometimes it's jokes by D&D game that you have to be 38 to accept. All right. So, I only did 9 kilometers yesterday. I definitely just got lazy. Yeah, no, that's I just got lazy. Yep. I should have done. I need to do 10K every day. Okay, on average though, so I can make it up this weekend. I will make it up this weekend, but I wanted to do 10K at the minimum, which is about 12-ish thousand steps for me. So I did not quite get there. I did 9. I know. I'm sorry. I'm the worst person I know. Good morning, guys. You know, honestly, I'm impressed this morning. So every day I log onto my computer, I open up everything, and I get OBS good and ready to go. And I have this little chat window for YouTube. And I always wonder if I'm going to have a YouTube chat day or a non-YouTube chat day, because basically arbitrarily it shows up or doesn't show up. Today we have a YouTube chat day. We haven't had a YouTube chat day in a while. It's been like 3 or 4 streams. All right. So it's exciting. I actually get to see my YouTube chat at a somewhat, regular interval. However, here's the problem. It's literally fucking double posting every message. So I don't know, man. I'm just going to stop thinking about it. This fucking program, oh god, it never works well, does it? It's supposed to, but so good morning, Garthan. Hi from India. Are you in India right now, bro? Are you going home to see the fam? Going home for some shenanigans or whatever? I don't know. Maybe you're just shit talking. You're not actually in India. You're just sitting in Georgia. I could be wrong, but good morning, Brooklyn. Good morning, Atari. Good morning, Thorkin. Good morning, Jacob. Good morning, Fox, and even good morning, Steel. Can't see long, but I'm off Friday and next week, so I'll be able to join in for streams. Awesome, bro. It's good to see you, man. What's up, Steel? How you been? So, you can double post in Twitch to compensate. You could, but the problem is you likely get the bot telling you, no, bad, no spam. So, I don't know. I'm assuming you just tried to and it didn't work. Oh, God, man. I love how buggy Twitch is, man. It makes my day better knowing that nothing's supposed to work. It used to stress me out a lot, quite a bit when I first started streaming, that nothing basically worked, right? And now it's just a kind of a delightful little, kind of like a Kinder Surprise egg that I get to open up to see if things work in the morning or not. And today we're scuffing it, man, apparently. Had a day full of flights yesterday, so I thought I wouldn't get much walking in. Then connecting flight was delayed crazy late, so I made the most of it and got 12K walking the terminal. That's super impressive. 12K in a terminal is not, bro, terminals are big, but like 12K, that's a substantial amount of walking. I'm very impressed, Brooklyn. On a day where you're flying, even if there's flights delayed, I don't do shit, right? Like the best I can manage is a waddle around the terminal to my seat, to then sit there with my expensive coffee or whatever, waiting for my flight. There's a whole lot of sit and wait. So, well, good for you, man. It's a good first day. What movie should I put on tomorrow while we order pizza and everyone levels up? I would recommend K-pop Demon Hunters. There you go. Yep. That's what I recommend now. She's K-pop Demon Hunters. Ooh, I still gotta level up. I was gonna do that tomorrow before stream, but I could probably do it today. I don't know. How you doing, Ashley? What's up, bro? Ashley, I saw you were streaming yesterday. I saw you streaming only in the Twitch side panel thingy as I was off to go do important things. I had to deal with some shit, so I saw you were back to streaming, but I didn't get to stop in, so I'm very sorry. I definitely farmed channel points, but I didn't see what you were really doing. You or Vixie. I don't know. Vixie was mad at me because she was going to raid me on YouTube and I got off. Now, I didn't know you could raid people on YouTube. I don't know what I feel about this because I don't have a bot that would alert me to raids on YouTube. What if I got like a Mr. Beast raid? What if I got like 150,000 person raid on YouTube and I had no idea, right? What do I do then? I don't even know how to like lock my chat down or whatever. I have no idea how to stream on YouTube. Shit. Oh well, I'll be a bit behind with walking challenge, but I'll catch up quick this weekend. Good. Yeah, I mean, like, look, the weekends are the days that I think we really make it happen. But also, don't forget, you don't have to pick the 300 kilometer goal. Like a 200 kilometer goal is perfectly fine and valid and ambitious for a month, I think. You know, I don't know what that is in miles. I don't know how to convert that to American, but I think it's 86 miles per 100 kilometers or 60 something, 80. Okay, I don't remember. Doesn't matter. But yeah, we took Yuna on a walk, and then last night we were going to go for a little bit of a walk before bed, and I almost had to kill a coyote. So, you know, there's that. That just was a reminder. Sometimes when I leave my house at night, and I bring a knife or whatever with me, or bear spray, sometimes I feel silly. Sometimes I'm like, I don't need bear spray, I'm just taking the dog for a walk. I don't need a knife, I'm just taking the dog for a walk. I don't need a stick, you know. We're just going in the forest, like, you know, I don't know, 100 feet deep or whatever. Last night reminded me why I do that shit, because I almost had to fucking shank a little gremlin pup. That thing was hungry and looking at Yuna, so I managed to scare it away, but it was all right. I don't know, just Canadian wilderness shit. But we did go for a couple walks yesterday. Went deep into the forest for a pretty good one, actually. A little bit of a hike. We brought our new dog backpack that we bought, so Yuna can sit there in her dog backpack when she's tired. Because look, she can go for long walks. She has a lot of energy for a little pup, but she is 8 pounds, and sometimes a 4K is a bit much for her all in one. You know, one stand. I think she likes about 2.5K walks, and then gets a little bit tired around that point. So, look, I walked the length of the terminal probably 6 times. That's actually very impressive. You know, that, like, really, I mean, airplane flights, airport days are tough to try and get your steps in. So, as I said, I'm impressed. Rating on YouTube requires specific metrics, basically be monetized. Oh, really? I wonder how close I am. Let's do our weekly, monthly, whatever monetization check. Let's see exactly how close we, as the dragons claim. You know, I love when streamers do that, when they say, guys, we hit 100 subs. Guys, we hit this like goal. You know, I always appreciate it because you make it a community effort, but I do think it's funny when streamers will do the like, guys, we got monetized on YouTube to sell. There's a streamer that Ashy will know who this is, so I am absolutely throwing shade, but I'm doing it with love. There's a streamer that Ashy and I know that recently got monetized on YouTube, and she held a monetization party to celebrate us getting monetized on YouTube. And the monetization party was basically a donathon where we could give us money to celebrate we getting monetized on YouTube. I love that. I love when streamers say we for all that shit, bro. All right, let's see. How close are we to getting monetized on YouTube, Ashy? We are hours. I have 1,606 public watch hours in 365 days out of 4,000. So I need 2,400 more public watch hours. So what I need to do is I need to start making some YouTube videos. You know? Like, sorry, we need to start making some YouTube videos so we can get monetized on YouTube, all right? Let's us get monetized on YouTube, all right? Then maybe we can get someone to cheer us some bits in the chat then for that as a celebration. Okay, I'm good. I'm done. Oh, God. It's so good, man. And someone needs to guard the 100-kilometer location. Ooh, maybe you're right. Who's that gonna be, Atari? Probably won't make 300 because health stuff, but can certainly try. Well, I mean, realistically, if you hit the 100 marker, the 200 marker, that's still, I think, impressive. Like, how many steps a day is the 100-kilometer marker? If 12, that's 4,000 steps a day. I think the 100K mark is about 4,000 steps a day of intentional walking, not just like waddling around your house naked, fucking waiting for your jello to finish in the microwave. Like, chill out, man. We're talking about like actual walking. I think 4,000 steps is like one 20 to 30 minute walk a day, and then some extra little stuff here and there. That's actually probably closer to the 8,000 mark, to be honest. If you're doing intentional walking, you're probably going to get the 8,000 a day, which is the 200 kilometers. So still impressive, I think, you know. 62 miles, right? Okay, yeah. I always, man, I'm so bad at converting this shit. You know, honestly, Brooklyn, I was going to do everything in miles this year because I did it last year. What I didn't realize is that everyone who like tracks time and distance for like marathons, running, whatever, they all track it in kilometers anyway. So anyone who actually goes out and walks around and does shit or whatever, or has an app that tracks their distance, it's all in kilometers. I had no idea. So easily enough, right? What's up, Aduria?
Stream to waddling around the house naked waiting for your jello.
Yo, guys, it happened. Someone cheered us 100 bits. Yo, isn't that awesome that we got 100 bits today? Man, I wonder if we can break our bit record today. Thanks, Duria. You missed the whole meme. Yeah, good time to join the stream, hey? What's up, dude? What's going on, man? How you been? Funny part is the Wii is super necessary as far as like marketing goes. I know it is. It's just I don't know if I want to do it outside of it being an absolute fucking meme. You know, because you also do get that, Ashy, where I'll be like, yo, you guys, you know, I'll talk. There'll be like 3 people that like each cheer like, I don't know, 10,000 bits. And I'll be like, yo, you guys, that's so amazing. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. That's so unbelievable. I can't believe you did that. And then you'll have somebody in your chat who's never cheered a bit just be like, it's because we love you. It's like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Okay. I know it's kind of mean, but I just think it's really funny, you know? It's so dumb, but it's the same, like a third pounder is smaller than a quarter pounder. Why does it cost more? Oh, yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, also, that kind of thing, right?
Today's meta is the Calyptocosti.
The Calyptocosti. All right, let's see it. We're still in intro. Fuck it, man. What do we got? What's our intro today? We've got like a... We've got a bird meta going on. The bird of the day is the Costa's hummingbird. Ooh, dude, I love naturally occurring purple shit. Anytime there's naturally occurring purple stuff in nature, that's good stuff right there. That's some good shit. You could grind this bird up and make some dope ass pigments for oil paints. 9.1, great bird. Yep, thanks, Adoria. Appreciate it. Thanks for 100 bits, man. Thanks for 2. Yo, we got 200 bits today. Holy shit. That's amazing, bro. Yo, we got a hype train? Oh my god.
Did Evan
wow.
just shame US into cheering bits to feel part of the Wii?
We just cheered bits to the stream, did we, Jacob? Yo, Jacob, thank you for cheering us 100 bits. We definitely appreciate us cheering 100 bits to Wii. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done. Thanks, dude. Thanks for the bits, guys. I appreciate it. It goes a long way. It actually does go a long way, and I really do appreciate it. Sometimes I don't linger on the bits too long because I don't want to spend all stream desperately thanking people, but it does mean a great deal to me, and I never see 100 bits go by that doesn't, you know, absolutely just you fill me with warmth and love. So thank you for the bits, even if I'm meaning about the Wii and the us and shit. Some runners do time per distance instead of distance per time, like us normal folks. It's super confusing. Really? Is that a thing? What's up, Quincy? I'm here for the Rumi fan art. Bro, unironically, Quincy, I think we're going to do Fan Art Friday. We're going to bring back Fan Art Friday. I used to do this once in a while, where I would pick a topic that interested me, and I would do an official Fan Art Friday for it. And I haven't actually announced this because no one gives a shit when I announce stuff. But this week is going to be the official return of the first of 2025, the first Fan Art Friday. All right. And it's all going to be based around a conversation Quincy and I had in his stream last night. I am going to be doing my version. Okay, let's just not get crazy here. I'm not gonna be doing no outfits and whatever and crazy shit, but I'm gonna be doing some fan art of Rumi. And I actually decided that I wanted to get back to doing fan art once a week or so, because I haven't done fan art in a long time. for a lot of reasons. And one of the reasons was I didn't want people to sort of get to know me for that and only want that. And I think a lot of like popular IP stuff that's like a big IP, sometimes artists will get in that like that niche, you know. They'll be like, oh well, I get traction when I post, you know, hot fan art of Tracer and Mercy, but then I lose. And I actually know an artist that she did this. She got really big. She got like 50,000 followers on Instagram in like 2 months, which is like insane progress, when Overwatch came out, drawing Overwatch fan art. And then she drew something of her original IP, whatever, her storybook that she's like making a children's book or whatever. And she drew something for that. And she said she lost almost 1,000 followers overnight. And like only like 2% of her following interacted with it. She said it was the most depressing, dejecting thing ever. So I've always been wary of that. Not that it's like a really big issue or whatever. So I've always been wary of doing too much fan art. So for a long time, I didn't want to do any, you know, because I was like, screw it. I'm just going to get known for my own stuff and whatever. But I kind of chilled out a little bit on that. I've like relaxed a little bit, you know. I feel confident that what I'm doing is like, you know, people know me for the right reason. And I think fan art would be fun because I like doing it. I like doing studies and you know, research into other designs and whatnot. You know, when I was doing some Jester fan art a couple years ago, I had this revelation that you could like really understand how an artist does something or designs something by like trying to replicate the process in a way. So yeah, I'm unironically going to do Ruby fan art, not just because Quincy yelled at me. Actually, like 70% because Quincy yelled at me about it. That's actually true. Like I needed just the slightest nudge of encouragement, and yep, that's what we're doing. So it's good to see you, Quincy. Not much nice to see walking around here besides cornfields, crop plains, and railroads, so I have a small idea to keep up with the adventure theme. I also ordered a new Fitbit for my birthday gift myself, even though the Wacom was an early one, so I can track it easier. Ooh, yeah, I mean, I have a smartwatch for that shit. I love my smartwatch, bro. I've had a ever since I started losing weight 2 years ago. I've worn my smartwatch basically every single day because it does that for me. It does it for me, and also the important thing is it also tracks heart rate, so I can look down and realize and see if I'm working hard enough. Right, because there's a certain zone I want to be in when I'm like doing cardio and stuff like that or working out, that I know that if my heart rate's too high, then I need to adjust it and pull it back, and if its heart rate's too low, I need to, you know, up the weight or the incline or the speed when I'm doing that kind of stuff. So no, it's really good, Fox. I'm glad you have something to track steps easier, because yeah, man, if you're gonna track your 300k this month, it's gonna be tough, bro. I always say, yo, we should get a hype train going and then immediately, and then fucking mini leave after. Yeah. I mean, that's the way it goes, Ashley. I'm proud of you. So I bird had orange on the shoulders and wings, and it looked like it had a high vis jacket on. Oh, I mean, I think I know what those are. I think we have them here too. They've got like orange on, like kind of like they're wearing shoulder pauldrons or whatever, right? We'll be drawing Atari. I'm doing doing one of the coffee requests this morning, and then we're going to do a little more character design for our sorceress crystal we were working on yesterday. So we're going to do a cool Fox Rokari Sky Knight character for Iselia today, and use this as our warm-up, and then we're going to get into it and do some dope ass character design. So it's gonna be a good day, man. It's gonna be a good day, and I don't have to leave stream early today because I'm not playing D&D tonight. That's tomorrow. Will I make it out of this D&D game tomorrow? Probably not, but you know, TBK is coming. It is imminent. Yep. You're saying we need to not interact with the fan art more than what we do with Eldara fan art. Yeah, sure, right, Heart and blood oxygen are big ones for me because my heart rate is always higher since I got sick a few years ago, amongst other issues. Yeah. Probably good to be able to track that when you're working out, you know? We think that's a great idea. Yeah, great. Atari. I'm glad we're going to draw this today, okay? We're going to draw it, and then we are all going to sign it, so. What's up, Kaz? How you doing, bro? Objectively, if the bits support the stream, then chat's viewing experience is improved by you receiving bits and subs. So we all benefit from it, because then you don't have a 9-to-5 job and we get streams. That's true. You know, the bits and subs go towards us having streams to watch. Because God knows I wouldn't be able to do this if I had to work another entire other job. Like if I had to also have my graphic design job, basically I wouldn't be able to keep up with the streaming schedule. I'd be live twice a week, you know, and I would still build Eldara. Like nothing's going to stop me from doing my project right now. Nothing's going to stop me. Doesn't matter if I have to get 3 jobs, or have to take commissions or whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to build Eldara. It's still my priority in my like long-term goals. But the fact that, you know, you guys do support my nonsense means that I can do more nonsense. So here it is, man. The Rokari. Yes, Fox, another Rokari for the world. I know you're feeling lonely out there with not many Rokaris to your name, weren't you? So I have to give you some friends, but this is a canonical friendly character that somebody asked for. Azalea wanted her character that I did for her actually a while ago. This character with the cool non-canon pink hair. She wanted her a character based off of this character that I did for her, but as a Rokari and a Sky Knight. So I need to get my Sky Knight. Oh shit! Wait, what do my Sky Knights even look like? Wait, I need to get their armor good, because they all wear a fairly similar like armor whatever style pauldrons. So we need to just yoink this real quick.
Objectively, the bits and donations are the perfect way to bully Evan into posting art commissions that he doesn't want to do. On that note, for the anime, I have another version if you prefer swimsuit calendar edition. I say in no attempt to distract the man.
Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, crazy how that works, isn't it? Wow, yeah, wild. Absolutely wild, if you ask me. Thanks the bits, Aduri. I appreciate it. We appreciate us cheering the 100 bits. So thank you very much, us. Everyone, give yourselves a pat on the back because we just cheered 100 bits to the stream. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, I did want to ask you, Duria, though. Did you want a version like a portrait of your character? Or did you want him D&D-ified? Because I forgot to ask to mention that in the post, but they were supposed to be like fantasy interpretations of the characters, and I definitely didn't put that in the post. So I don't know if that's what you wanted. If you wanted a version that you can use for your own branding, or if you wanted a stupid fantasy version. There's no right answer here, by the way. I just didn't like clarify that I wanted people to specify what they wanted in their requests, and I'm not sure if you did. I saw the image, but I wasn't sure if you specified whether you wanted a fantasy version of your your VTuber or not. You'll be looking today, but hope stream goes well. Cass, I'll do my best, you know, and I'll try and make you proud. So that when you check back in, you say, man, we created a really cool piece of art. So both are good. You do you, brother. I believe I said he didn't think I do it. Yeah, I think that's what it was. So all right, cool, good to know. Yep, glad I wasn't missing anything. All right, where's the record button? Where's the record button? There it is. Cool. Wait, do I even have room to record? I think I do. Hold on. I think I need to delete a recording. I need to delete Brooklyn's ridiculously attractive tiefling process video that I made. Delete. Okay, cool. Cool. Rad. Because I haven't been making videos for the last 2 weeks. I've had a lot going on, man. And, but I've like still recorded process. So my hard drive is filling up. Do I have space for this today? 27 gigabytes? Yeah, okay, probably. How big is a recording? Hold on. I actually don't know this. How big is a recording? A Tiefling Bro, the recording was 7 gigs. Okay, so yeah, maybe like 8 gigs for a full day's worth of stream. Alright, I'm good. I got room. And you know what? We'll even put a mini full for good luck. We'll even have a mini on here for good luck. There you go. There you go. She can sit in the corner. All right. Rad. No dragons yet? Not a dragon to be found, Nick. There's not a single dragon anywhere to be found today, unfortunately. There's many things. Many things out in the universe that we can say we're drawing today. But not a dragon to be found yet. Unfortunately for the dragon's claim, it is not yet time. We got other important things to do. We got other projects that demand our attention as we do them. We have many things to do, so it is Fox, night, day, and then character design stuff. So I can get enough work done so that I have some time on Friday to draw some K-pop Demon Hunters fan art. Yep, because I'm gonna start doing fan art more, man. I'm gonna start doing it. I had this chip on my shoulder for so long that I had to like prove myself on my own merits. And now I think I've chilled out. I've relaxed. I've accomplished my goals, and I think I can now breathe easy and do the thing, as it were. I'm gonna try and represent... How does this armor even work, bro? It doesn't have to be exact or perfect or whatever. Especially because we're not going to be going super deep on the pauldron, I guess. For the portraits, it's more or less just the bust of the character, and it's just like a portrait bust, like a formal thing. Sometimes artists will like use the term bust to include the entire like upper torso. And if you think of like the way that like busts used to be like made or carved or whatever, they're basically just the person's neck and then a contextualizing amount of torso. So that's kind of what we're doing, I think. I was really saying to my friend how I want to draw the tiger from K-pop Demon Hunters. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one, man. I wish that they had a different sort of like animation style for K-pop Demon Hunters, because I was watching it again. I know I said I wouldn't watch it again, that I liked it enough that I'm glad I watched it, but it's probably not the kind of thing that I ever watch again. I did watch it at least partially again because Ella had it on the TV downstairs for sound for Yuna, and I was sitting down there responding to some messages, doing some like work stuff on my phone, like phone related work stuff while I was on the treadmill. And so I watched it for about a half hour while I was getting a part of my like my evening walk in. Which, holy fuck, man, what a cheat code it's been having a walking pad. Like, what an absolute cheat code for getting steps in. Like, if you can just go sit, like, just walk for 20 minutes here and there whenever you feel like it, what an absolute hack. But anyway, and so I was watching K-pop Demon Hunters again, because it was on the TV, and, where was I going with this? We were talking about something, the tiger, right? And I was thinking about the animation, and some of it looks so like good and fluid, but some of it also is just so choppy and claymation-y and stop motion-y. I don't know, man. I would really have killed for something a little more like smooth, but you know, we can't complain too much about stuff. It's best to have a good thing that is just lacking a little bit than the soulless drivel that we've had to deal with for so much of the recent years in media and entertainment. So I won't complain too hard. I'll still whine about it a little bit because that's my right, I think, as an artist, to whine about art. But I'm not gonna whine too hard, you know. You smelled cat ears? Well, you smelled wrong, because these are fox ears. Ha! Ha! That's right. Are we gonna tell the internet they're fox ears? Absolutely not. We're gonna let the internet think that I'm drawing cat girls. So, you know, we are going to let the internet think that that's what I'm drawing today. You know why? Because it'll make a funnier video. That's my dark plan. I'm revealing my true nature. Your nostrils betrayed. Yo, no, god dude. It's fine. It's fine. They are calibrated to be quite feline, so, you know. I think about getting one of those for my computer room. Well, I think that the idea of having a walking pad and a standing desk is the true hack. So if I could, like, I want to try and build a bit of a video game habit into my schedule, and I would like to, if I could, try and play video games every day for at least maybe an hour in the evening as kind of a cool down relaxation thing, you know? I know it sounds silly to try and build a video game playing habit when I spent so long trying to remove the video gaming habit, but I'm going to try and build back a habit of some relaxed time where I can play a game that I can get through, that I want to get through, like that has a story that I like, not video games in the sense of like, I'm not going to be fucking grinding League of Legends, but like I haven't played Expedition 33 or Rogue Trader. I haven't finished Rogue Trader yet. So games that I want to sort of explore for the story, do sort of like more of a research thing on, and I want to like set time aside for that. If I had a walking pad so that I could just casually stroll while I was doing the gaming side of things, bro, it would be an absolute like quality of life hack. So I'm considering maybe with some of my like contract work I'm doing sooner, or that should be done sooner rather than later in the year, I'm considering getting a new desk, getting the Secret Labs standing desk, because I fucking just trust Secret Lab products at this point in time, and then also getting a walking pad. right? It'd be a little bit awkward because I'd have to put it like horizontal when I'm sitting at my desk, because I'm not going to draw like this standing. I'm not going to stream standing. That's not. I mean, it'd be decent ergonomically, maybe. I don't know, but anyway. And if I could just walk and just casually stroll a couple kilometers while I'm like playing games at night, dude, that would actually be kind of a hack, you know? Like, really. Being walking behind standing desk changed my life. See, and I trust Brooklyn could tell me to do anything and I would trust her. All right. At this point in time, you know what? Fuck it. Bro, you know how little I hand out VIPs in this chat? That's what I fucking think, man. You know, Brooklyn could tell me to go get like an aquarium and go swimming every day in it, and I'd trust her. All right. That's why I have brother standing desk OP. So how often do you use it when you're working versus gaming? How do you find gaming standing up? Do you want to chill and be relaxed, or do you like being able to? Yeah, I don't know. Like, what is it weird to stand while you're gaming? Like, I understand like standing while you're working, you're kind of active, but when you're just like chilled out, like I'm like, does it work? Does it do good? Does it help? Is decent? How do we distinguish them, Evan? I just recently learned that apparently dogs have pointy ears and wolves have more rounded ears. Insane. Yeah, dude. Cat, good to see you, Cat. I thought I saw a wolf yesterday because I saw one of the biggest coyotes. Now, like, coyotes and wolves are very different, but I saw a gigantic coyote last night, and that thing was not afraid of Ella and I. So I almost had a bad fucking time, you know? I almost had some stories to tell today about some Mortal Kombat, which, you know, you can take a coyote with your bare hands. Not the biggest deal. It's not the end of the world. You're not going to die from a coyote attack. But it's a bad time, you know? If you ever had to fend off a fucking, you know, angry dog, you'd know. And I thought when I saw the silhouette of it, I thought it was a wolf. Like, I think I took a picture of it in the I tried to take a picture of it. I don't know if it showed up. Yeah, the picture didn't really show up, but that was it. Because I was like, is that a wolf? That's pretty big, man. Are you sure? Like, it's pretty dark out. There was not many lights because this was just outside the forest that I walk you in. And I know this looks more like a horse in this picture, actually. But yeah, little motherfucker was just walking towards us, you know? That bro did not. So the thing is, I wasn't sure. I was like, why is he walking towards us? Like coyotes don't usually mess around, right? They don't fucking mess around. And he was like really big. I'm like, is this a wolf? Like Ella's first instinct was like, is there other things around here? Like, maybe we should, you know, you don't run away from a wolf or a coyote. So I like pulled up my knife and I'm like, okay, you know, make some noise, whatever. And it was coming towards us and they're like, this is weird. Like, basically a lot of times coyotes won't attack you or whatever unless they're rabid, which is bad, right? Because the kind of like, you know, how to combat a dog is you basically give it an arm and then fuck it up, right? But you don't want to give it an arm if it's got like if it's rabbit or something. So it's like, oh shit, why is this coming towards us? Didn't realize there was a baby rabbit in between us and it. And we're like, oh no, God, that baby rabbit said, motherfucker, I'm fast, I'm speed, I got the shit out of there. And he just peaced out. And I was like, okay, good, all right, attaboy. But I thought it was a wolf for like a good like 30 seconds. I was like, kind of, you know, I was ready, man. I was ready for a story. Fought my first wolf and maybe survived, you know. You stand up for an hour at a time during streams and people tell me to do a posture check. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, don't die, Evan. Nah, it's fine. They're just animals. Dude, I'm more afraid of a moose, all right? You know, it's British Columbia, right? You have coastal wolves there. Well, not just coastal wolves. We have wolves where I live. I am close to British Columbia, but we have like in the map of Canada. This is the map of Canada, and then obviously we have America down below us. We got mountains like this, more or less. Wolves can be found in Canada all through, I think, like this kind of a map, I believe. That's kind of like what the general wolf map looks like ish. And I live like in the mountains on this side of the British Columbia Alberta border. So I'm very close. So yeah, they do have like wolves over there, but we have wolves like through here. You know? Map of Canada gets more abstract. It's great. You know what's funny? You say the map of Canada gets more abstract. The map of Canada looks more scuffed every time. The map of Canada, the map of Canada, the map of Canada. But you know what you never say? What's that a map of? Bro, you know exactly what this is. When I show you this shit, if you want a little Mexico, all right, you want a Greenland, like basically everyone knows what I'm talking about. So I find my derivative skills of map making a benefit, a boon, a buff right now. So, all right, listen, man. You know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, what's up, Mel? How's it going? Hello.
Are you? Good.
I'm good.
Too.
Yes.
I've hit over 15,000 so far for
excellent
the walking challenge.
Fuck yeah, go for it, bro.
Face with hearts
wait.
Emoji.
Oh, I thought you said for June. I was like, wait, what? That's awesome, dude. Congratulations. Are you going for the full 300k, Mel? Because we're gonna have. By the way, we need to talk about our characters. Like you guys need to make characters for this adventure. Just so you're all aware, we need to have characters for this shit. You know.
I love our 70s block carpet map of Nar to be very nice and quite endearing.
Oh shit, guys, we got 100 more bits. Thank you us for cheering we 100 bits. So thank you guys. Thank you both of us for cheering we 100 bits. Thanks for the 100 bits, man. Does bear spray work on non-bear? Bear spray works on everything, Jacob. The problem is carrying bear spray is actually pretty dangerous because bear spray is considered to be a weapon in Canada. So if you're out hiking in the backcountry, you can carry bear spray. If you're close to a residential area, unless there's a bear sighting around where you live, it's kind of like you could get in trouble for carrying bear spray. So if there's like, we get like alerts where it's like, hey, there's a couple of grizzlies in the area, just carry your bear spray, don't go out at night, you know, do this with your garbage, totally fine. A police officer stops you, says, hey, do you have any weapons on you? And you're like, hey, yeah, I got some bear spray. They should say, hey, that's not okay, but they're basically like, oh, okay, fair enough, look at where we are. But when you live close to, I guess, or when you're somewhere close to residential stuff and you have your bear spray with you, you don't want to be caught with your bear spray. So it's actually not a good idea, right? We got some pretty strict laws for that in Canada. So I only take my bear spray at night when we're walking or whatever close to where I live. If there's like I'm going to tonight, you know, knowing that there's like coyotes in the area that aren't really, you know, all that shy or whatever. Even wolves would fuck off if you made enough noise unless they felt threatened. They're big babies. Yeah, no, wolves and coyotes are pretty chill. Wolves, I've never, to be fair, I have never seen a wolf close up on a hike or trail. I've had the closest I've been to wolves are either from a car driving down the highway and then you see them down there like, oh cool, wolves, or you see them or you hear them when you're camping.
Definitely shoot for the 300,000 steps
Fuck
this
yeah.
month. I'll be going to a cabin this weekend too.
Holiday with hiking trails, so I'll put a real dent in it. Fuck yeah, let me know, dude. Post some pictures, Mel. Post some actual pictures, dog. I want to see where you guys are at. All right. Inspire me, yo. Didn't mean that you didn't have wolves, just the coastal wolves are about to be considered a new species. Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that shit, bro. Really? And are evolved to be a marine mammal. The other wolves are, of course, scarier and bigger. Yeah, you know what's scary is, you know, here, I'll show you a map of Canada. So this is Canada. Okay? There's also another bonus Canada right here. Now, normally the nice thing about bonus Canada over here is that bonus Canada doesn't have bears. Okay, you could hike all the way around bonus Canada Island and you wouldn't see a single bear, except a while ago, maybe a decade or so ago, they made the swim across to Vancouver Island. So you do now have to carry bear spray if you go hiking in North Vancouver Island, right? It's not scary. They're fine. They're chill. They're well fed out there. They're having a good time. They're not going to fucking attack you. Never be afraid of grizzly bears. I mean, it is terrifying to be up, you know, close to them. But never be truly afraid of grizzly bears because they only mess people up who deserve it. Remember that. Just don't do anything to deserve it, and you're fine. What does that mean? Probably don't get close to it. Don't antagonize it. Don't try and feed it. Don't go to its den so you can see its babies.
I will use my character Alma from my last live stream.
These are all
campaign
things
for this journey.
Excellent.
I haven't been able to use her for anything recently, so it would be fun to have her do this. Red
Perfect.
Heart emoji. Also, It is the perfect writing retreat for me personally,
Yeah.
especially if it is too hot to go outside, lol.
Good. I want to hear about it. Write that story, Mel. Write that shit. Thanks for the bits, bro. I appreciate it. That's the best Canada map so far, and yet you said it was a Canada map, so. Character art, hashtag TPK the party, support your local artists. See, Thorkin knows, man. Thorkin knows. Thorkin, my man, he understands the way. He knows what it's all about at this point. Wait, but I'm the party right now. Shit. Ah, damn it. Don't tell it to Ashy, please. Don't give her any ideas. Ashy is not above TPKing the party just because Thorkin said so in chat one day on Twitch. Alright? If you think otherwise, you haven't met Lady Ashlyn of Heart. Okay? Alright? That's what I thought. Yep. I kind of want to go like deep into the mountains for a hike or two this summer, but I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to. Just because we're going to be away for so many days for Ren fairs and conventions and whatever else, man. Which is going to make it difficult. I always find it difficult to get my steps in on convention days because you're kind of stuck at your booth for the majority of the day, you know? You're locked down. You're stuck in there. It's like, what do you do? How do you get your steps in, bro? How to get your game on? Well, you don't. You have to leave your table, and that sucks. This year for GameCon, I actually didn't have too much of a trouble finding my steps because I had a gym at the hotel. And Ella and I went back to the hotel early every day, man. Are you kidding? What the fuck is there to do in Edmonton? Like, I got some friends in Edmonton, but like, what am I gonna do? Go out? In Edmonton, Alberta? Are you crazy? You ever been to Edmonton, Alberta? I love the people from Edmonton, but that place is a fucking shithole. Like, it's a shithole, and good Edmontonians deserve way better. They deserve a better city. They've got some nice things about it, but they deserve their city to be a lot nicer than it is. But unfortunately, besides the mall and maybe a couple little things, it is not exactly a place where I'm desperately waiting to go out and go see all the fun sights and sounds of non-West Edmonton. So, Solutions Evans moving booth? Yeah, you're right. I just need to put some legs on it or some wheels on it and just walk around with my table. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to table next year for the conventions. I think maybe people just know that I'm there with Ella. I think that's enough. Getting a whole other table is like, it's fine. I don't know. I'm just complaining. It's actually probably fine. It's probably worth it. You know, it pays for itself. I sell a bunch of prints on the weekend. I get told I should do free run fan art. But man, was it nicer when Ella and I just had one table to look after and I could just chill. We could just, you know, one of us could be gone doing stuff, walking around, doing whatever. And now that I have to be there for like my table, have to watch her table, have to do everything. It's like, you know, it's a whole more serious endeavor. So I don't know, man. Maybe I'll reevaluate what I want to do next year. But I think we have to like book our tables this year. So I don't know if we could do 2 tables of Blackwood dice, if that would be possible. I mean, I'm sure it would. It's just Ella would have to actually have inventory to do that. And in order to have inventory, Ella would have to stop selling out of her inventory. So if everyone could just stop buying all of Ella's dice for like a week so she'd get caught up, that'd be great. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah. Good luck, Thorkin. Whatever you're working on today, bro. Good luck. FY bears don't fuck with coastal wolves too, even though I don't remember if they are black or brown. There's both black and brown bears there in that area. Black bears are pretty chill. They don't really do much. Like black bears, you kind of, I don't know. Black bear is not going to ruin your day. They're usually like Fox said, kind of big babies, but wolves, black bears are definitely big babies. They're just there to have like a good time. They just want to see what you're doing, man. They want to see what's going on. They want to make sure they're not missing the cool stuff. Whatever the cool thing is. So it's not usually that much of a concern. But like I said, man, never been up close to the wolf. Only ever heard them very close by while camping. You can hear him like howling and yipping and like what's called like laughing. But it's more of a yip. Of them just like shit talking. Basically them sending memes to each other and KEKWing. The human equivalent of that, I assume. They're fine. They don't mess around. I'd always be worried that there'd be a temptation with Yuna being there with us, but I think once you pick her up and she becomes part of the big scary, you know, hairless ape with a big stick, I think the wolves don't want to mess around at that point in time. So, portrait practicing, by the way. If anyone wants a scuffed 30-minute portrait, let me know. Oh shit, man. Thorkin's portraits are never scuffed. Thorkin, time to open your coffee account. Why practice portraits when you can just do it? When you can Yoda that shit. Yeah, what do you mean, bro? You just get after it. Dude, the fucking cat or animal ear anatomy is always such a pain in the ass. To get it right, to like get it to sit on their head properly and stuff is like... It's never right the first time, basically. It is never right the first time. It's like wings. People get wings wrong all the time with perspective. I even see like big, like proper real art from real artists get the wings wrong. Sometimes they get it wrong intentionally for framing, and sometimes they definitely try to do it right, but just get it wrong. Anyway. Now I'm excited to do my first like angel piece or whatever that I do for Eldara, and then get the wings wrong and have people say, "Ha! Look who's talking now, asshole." Not that I've like particularly shit talked anyone in like specifically for their art. I would never ever call someone out directly for getting the wings wrong on their art. Ever. I would be passive aggressive though about talking about them in the future, you know? Coffee would be void? Dude, you just promo it. You just start making videos. You make videos and then you're like, yo, here's some requests from my, or here's some character designs I did. You want to make your own requests? You can go put your request in on my coffee. I have a plan to do that once my coffee stops selling out immediately from just stream. Once you goblins and gremlins have all the character designs and character sketches you need, and I can actually have room to send out a larger request to the good people of the internet, then we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see how it explodes, man. Not really. Could raise my coffee price astronomically that weekend and just see if it sells. No, come on, I'd never do that. I would just slowly increase my price until I wasn't sad. That's the way you do it as an artist. Tentatively and terrifiedly. That's the entire method of progress. You know, honestly, I made a joke yesterday when I was talking with some friends in Discord last night, and I made a little joke about how basically I'm like contemplating canceling all my future fucking commissions like forever. You know, because I'm just having so much fun with the coffee requests. But like, it's kind of true, man. There's like a part of me that like I might be willing to do, like, I'll obviously always be willing to do commissions for like cool projects, like, you know, contract work, things like that. But I'm seriously thinking about in the future just like mainly doing coffee stuff because it's so fun to just bounce between so many characters. I will admit it does get exhausting sometimes to be working on a character for like a couple of weeks or whatever. Like it's okay when it's a big project, but for projects that just take a long time to render, and you've done the design stuff, you're just now in render hell. You're just stuck there for the next 3 years. it's tiring, it's exhausting, it's part of the process, and like, you know, we're professionals, so we push through it. You know, everyone has a part of their job that feels like it's the more tedious part, or a little more okay, gotta get through this, you know, part. Otherwise, you know, you're not pushing yourself, I don't think. If everything is constantly fun and nothing's pushing you, like, are you really trying that hard? But even with that, I do sort of think and have this feeling, this small feeling that it's nice to basically be able to like budget those kind of projects entirely and have a couple of them here and there, and then mostly just do the character portraits like this. The problem is these don't make for as good of a video as the bigger character design sketches do. Like, color portraits are always the best. So I could maybe offer these in color. Maybe I could try doing a couple of these ones in color, just for people, just like adding, or I could like, well, okay. The problem is I would generally have to think that I was going to do something in color before I start rendering without it being a pain in the ass. But maybe I could just go back and colorize some of the old ones that I've done. See if it's like a process that I hate or not, or if it's just like takes an hour or two. Right? One question: you do my winged character someday? If you continue doing commissions, of course. Brooklyn, I absolutely would. For people from stream, I will always make time for, because you guys are my family. You know, in the art internet world, y'all are the ones that you guys could ask for something, and I would happily make time for it if I could. I more mean, I guess, just like, am I gonna be willing to take a commission from, you know, random brosif off of wherever? Asking me to draw his cool, like, whatever for him. Like, that's the only thing that I'm sort of like contemplating not doing anymore, is just sort of the random stuff, and just keeping like commissions closed and like not advertising anything as well, you know, because even without advertising stuff, I still get a lot of requests. God help me when I actually have the words commissions open on my online or whatever. Like, it is code red that day, I think. So yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to. Be cool to do a more, like, I really do love drawing characters with, like, you know, cool effects like that and wings and that's what we need. We need a little flip in there. I wasn't sure how flip to make the flip. We figured out the flip. Good job, Evan. Gotta make some adjustments before we get into our actual line work here. Gotta actually be an artist for a second here. I want the Rukari to be a little bit more like sort of rounded features, but I need to sharpen her features just a smidge for Azalea's character here. Just sharpen it up a little bit. Also weird when you can't contextualize a character's like face with their ears, you know? It's like, wait, where's the anchor point here? Oh, right, doesn't have one. Doesn't make sense. Only people who walk 300k in July are acceptable for commissions. Ooh, that's right. Yeah, you have to have walked. Bro, could you imagine that? I do like a fitness challenge every year, and I do it through the app where it has to track not your steps made, but your distance traveled, like one of the Nike Run or something like that. I think like you can select for distance, and you have to complete the 300-kilometer challenge, and then I will accept commissions from you over the next year. Bro, there are stories that I used to love. It's one of the things about art history that I used to enjoy. Stories of like artists that were notoriously difficult to have to like get work from, and you had to like go through all these like hoops. Like, you had to like gift these artists, you know, lavish, you know, I don't know, luxuries and, you know, fine perfumes and linens and pigments and gold and whatever else to get them to agree to do something for you. I think that shit is so funny. We don't do that anymore because, like, you know, that's weird. But also, like, it's kind of the in the historical context of our society, our experience as artists, it's still an important one. And I think it would be absolutely hilarious to do something like that. To have some arbitrary requirement. Oh man, are you kidding? You just have to have walked 300 kilometers in July, and then you get to shower me with praise for walking 300 kilometers myself, and then you get a commission. The only time somebody tried that with me is it was early on in my career. Actually, I completely forgot the story until like a while ago. We were talking about it on stream, actually, and it made me think of it. But I had somebody who they were like, hey, I really want to get a commission from you. And I was like, oh yeah, sorry, like I've got a bit of a wait list and I'm not accepting commissions right now. This is like pretty early. And they were like, okay, well, you know, your Dono link is on your Twitch, right? And I'm thinking like, oh god, they want to like try and get a commission through the Dono link. Like, no, because I need to like send an invoice properly. So I was gonna like say to them, yeah, I do, but that doesn't have anything to do with commissions. So like, no, I need to like charge you properly for like, if you're gonna get a commission, I need to like go through an invoice. So please don't use the Dono link and expect you're gonna get whatever. And they were like, okay, well, you know, I just check your PayPal. I left a little something in there to maybe, you know, maybe encourage you to favor my spot or whatever, or like make room for me or something like that. And I was like, oh shit, a tribute, a gift of tribute. And it was €2. I don't know how much €2 is, but I thought it was funny that it was literally €2. That was their tribute offering to earn some favor with the artist. You know. Okay, all right, sure. Okay, yeah, ooh, yeah, I guess I'm stuck now, you know, I guess I'm locked in on this commission project. Oof. Can't turn down this client. Can't turn down this client now. Ella, 63 months. I'm not thanking you for your sub, you gremlin. You're never getting thanked for a sub because I know how much this costs. How much we lose on you staying tier 3 to me. Piece of shit. Cancel your fucking sub, Ella. He essentially just threw you some spare change. Kind of, right? Imagine trying to bribe something less than $3 USD. It is like $3 or whatever, isn't it? Okay, I want to make sure that I didn't get like the euro completely wrong, but it is, yeah, okay. Well, it's along the same vein as sometimes, occasionally, somebody will say something along the lines of, hey, you know, I want you to do this project for me, and I'm gonna pay you $100. I'm gonna pay you a whole $100, and I'm not gonna take no for an answer. And they're doing it like you would do it with like a 15-year-old that's like, yeah, I do like, you know, fucking macaroni paintings for like, you know, $10. And so they say it as if they're like overpaying a lot, and they're like, I'm gonna overpay you very generously, and I'm not gonna let you refuse, and then you're gonna do the art for me. I've even had friends do that where they're like, I'm gonna pay you $300. I want you to do this thing for me. I'm gonna pay you $300 for it, and I'm absolutely gonna not take no for an answer. I want you to do this thing for me, and don't worry about it. I'm totally willing to pay $300 for it. And I'm sitting there in my mind thinking, I charged 600 US for that. And you just tried to overshoot me with 300 Canadian. Uh-oh, what do I do? Uh-oh. And it's happened a couple times with like family and stuff, you know. I'm like, what do I do?
Hi Evan, can I get a commission spot opened?
Yes, absolutely. Brooklyn, holy shit. Wait, is that 2 American? Oh my god, wait, did we just cheer did we just dono $2 to us? Holy shit, Brooklyn, absolutely. Absolutely. There was. Okay. I was gonna say some shit. I was gonna say some shit that could get me in trouble. God damn it. Okay. Thank you for Thanks for the you've reserved being considered to not have your message deleted when you ask me for a commission. You will reserve a slot for consideration to not have your message deleted. Or sorry, read and then skipped. There we go. I wouldn't delete a message. I would just read it and then ignore it. So you got in there, Brooklyn. Thanks for, holy shit. If you guys know how to play the game, bro. If you didn't know how to earn the favor of your artists right there, you know? Right? Now that isn't an advance payment though. I'll have you know. I'm not going to charge you $2 less. I'm going to charge you the full rate, because that also happened too. I've had people in the past say, hey, can I get a commission? And I'm like, oh, for sure, dude, like whatever. And then come time for the commission, they're like, hey, here's what I want. I'm like, okay, cool, that'll cost you about $200 or something like that. They're like, well, I already have a golden crumb in your chat, so that's already $100 in bits. So I'll just pay you 100. That's not, what? What in the fuck? What? No, I'm sorry. I don't track that kind of shit. I can't. The fuck? I've had some silly shit happen to me in my time with Twitch and commissions. All right, I got stories that I can't even talk about like streamers doing some silly shit, about people being silly. I got one day, like I have to be far enough away from a project or a client or a thing to talk about it, because I think it's unprofessional to talk about a thing like too close to the date. Far enough down the ways, yeah, you can talk about your like horror stories and stuff and your memes and your jokes and shit like that, and make fun of your fucking silly clients that were being silly that you didn't work for. So I shouldn't use the word clients, your silly prospective clients. But there's, bro, some of the stuff that Twitch streamers have tried with me. I once had, okay, without getting too specific, I once had a Twitch streamer who rated me consistently over a certain period of time, a certain amount of times, a certain amount of time ago. They tried to value each time somebody from their community subbed as value added that I wouldn't have gotten otherwise, that then it was a justification for me doing free work for them. Yeah, no, like I would, it'd be shocking to find out some of the weird shit people have try and run with this. So, next time some friend lowballs you, just offer them, I'm sorry, but it's a bit rude of you to demand such a discount because we're friends, and you want watches you break their brain. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of times like family, and sometimes to some extent friends, but family definitely, they don't have any like real concept as to what, like how much time work takes and that whole thing. So they kind of, I don't know, it's just very weird. It's very strange. I don't like it. I don't like working for, like, there's some friends I don't mind working for, but I don't like working for a lot of friends and family. It's always very uncomfortable for me. You know, like usually it's like there's tons of friends that it's fine to work for, but like especially other streamers are like sometimes really weird to work for. But I don't do a lot of like collaborative projects or anything, you know. It becomes this weird thing or whatever. I tipped the last McDonald's burger flipper, so I deserve the McFlurry for free. Yeah, right. Right? I'll give you $150 for a commission of this really hot, muscular, sweaty, bearded warrior chopping wood with a sprawling cityscape in the background. Man, that's pretty good. Just think of all the TikTok or BookTok girlies that would flood to my page if I drew a muscular dude chopping wood. Oh my god. Bro, I'd probably hit 100,000 followers on there. You'll throw in a McChicken to sweeten the deal? Ah, man. Can we do a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich instead? I don't know if that's in the same range. Scrap the 150. Let's do the Chick-fil-A sandwich, and you got yourself a deal. because we just had a Chick-fil-A open, and it was the best fast food experience I've ever had. Not that the food was the best food, but just the fast food experience of going to Chick-fil-A. Bro, everyone was so nice, and the ketchup came in a dippable thing. Bro, the ketchup packet from Chick-fil-A, yo, my Europeans, where you at? It looked like a ketchup bottle, and you could either rip off the front and use it as a squeeze pack, or you could peel up the corner and use it as a dipper. We're living in the future, man. I had that shit in Edmonton. We were there for GameCon. I was like, why? What are we doing? We're just banging rocks together like cave people in Canada with our fast food. What kind of like futuristic, you know, utopia are you guys living in America? Holy. To be fair, we also had a Krispy Kreme open up. And it's had a consistent line of like 15 to 20 minute wait since it opened 3 weeks ago. I am shocked. Dude, the brand loyalty or whatever, the story of it. Every time like a big American fast food chain opens up somewhere in Canada, people lose their mind. Fucking Church's, Texas Chicken, Mary Brown's, Popeyes, whatever, man. You pick your fucking fast food. Five Guys. Canadians will freak out over that shit and keep it like turbo locked down for however long. But to be fair, Brooklyn tipped $2 American today, so that's probably enough if what's converted to Canadian to like franchise a Chick-fil-A. So let's go, man. We're living the high life at this point in time. Every time anyone complains about the Canadian dollar, I'm like, well, Twitch pays me in USD, so Monka, All right. Is our armor too scuffed? Is it too different from our Sky Knights? Because I did think it would be okay. I almost, because of the memes, I almost thought it'd be funny to, since Azalea wanted a Sky Knight version of her character, just to draw her character, but with the Sky Knight helmet on, and so you can't see her face. I'm not gonna do that, okay? I'm not gonna do it because obviously that's a dick thing to do. But I thought it would be funny though. It did cross my mind, I'll have you know. So I gotta make sure the rest of the armor is on point and good and looking canon friendly for the Realms of Eldara, whatever the fuck that is, some dumb nerd shit. Do you want to throw more money at you? Jesus Christ. Have you by chance seen my message on coffee about possibly buying prints on Ella mentioned to me that there was something about prints, but I haven't checked my coffee messages specifically. No. So Ella, if it's Ella mentioned that somebody wanted a print of I thought it was the party. I thought it was Sabine's party. Maybe it was both, honestly. I don't know. If you sent me a message in the last couple of days, then no, I didn't fucking see it because I'm lazy and dumb and a terrible artist and I'm bad at everything I have ever done. But no, if you want to get some prints, yeah, for sure. I'd be happy to send them to you. I'd be happy, dude. Be my honor. Which one did you want? Did you want like just all your characters or what? Because that is totally doable. I made prints for like honestly most people who've gotten a coffee request since I started them have gotten a print. It's been kind of cool actually. There's something about making more permanent art that makes you feel better about it when I like make a print for it, you know? Like characters, did you want a print of each individual character? Okay, yeah, because Ella was telling me that I think that somebody wanted a print of the characters that I did for them all together. Did you want all of them together? I thought that was Sabine's characters. Or party with all three of them. Oh no, it was Sabine's thing. Okay, yeah, all right. So both of you want. Okay, sorry, that's where I was getting confused. No, I didn't see that message, but it's totally doable. I have if you want to like actually like order the prints, there's a link on my print store for doing it. If you want to go through that. I have a thing for commission clients on the print store for like requested prints. It's right here. And all you have to do is fill in like the whatever of what it is to say like, hey, I have, wait, 1 8.5 by 11 view cart, and then in the cart, what the fuck? Hold on. Sabine, if you order 1, I will happily send you all 4. So don't bother ordering 4 of them, okay? Right? Yeah, you can say give me my characters, Evan. No. Oh god, wait, why did it? Oh shit, I hit enter. I want Bliss and Valerica and like maybe like the first one too. The fuck was her name? Addie, that's right. And like the cool chick with the hood. She was kinda bad, if you know what I mean. Like, not like bad meaning bad, but bad like CL from 2014 to anyone music videos. And then you hit checkout. Yeah. Just send me this message. And then Ella will know which characters to print. But yeah, you've gotten so many characters, please don't order more than 1 print. Just if you order the 1 and then I have your address and everything, then I'm happy to send you all 4 of them. So I am absolutely more than happy to do that. I have it now, Brooklyn. I have it built into Coffee now for people that want prints, because so many people did want prints. So future things, it's an add-on that you can add to it. But yeah, it wasn't up there for you and Sabine in the first round of coffee requests. So yeah, you can also get a 13 by 19 print if you want. If you want a big one for whatever reason, if you want just like giant 13 by 19 portraiture, let me show you how big this is. Bro, you can do this too. So like, this is a 13 by 19 sheet. All right, this is a 13 by 19 sheet. And so this is a print sheet for the Eldara cards, but this is the same sheet I use for prints. So it's a 13 by 19. So if you want giant versions of your characters to put in like formal frames or whatever or some shit, you know, you can also do that. It's more of a substantial piece of art, I guess. I mean, hey, look, I ain't judging, all right? You want to put up giant portraits of your D&D characters in your house? You wouldn't be the first person. You certainly won't be the last person. So, yeah, that's whew. I should probably add that to coffee as well, though. Fuck. I probably should add that as well as an option for people in the future, because I only have the 8.5 by 11s. That's future Evan problem. Okay, are we good on this sketch? I think we're good. Do we like it? Are we pleased? I think we're good. I think we're pleased. I think we like it. I think it's time. Okay. Copy layer. Listen, I'm in professional artist mode today, okay? For our warm-up sketch. Wait, am I recording this? So the problem is, I always forget if I'm recording because my like plugin is out of date, so it doesn't say, it doesn't have like a red dot next to it, say indicating it's recording. It just has the time it's been recording. So I keep glancing up and then like terrifying myself. because I really, really hate ripping recordings off of the stream. It does not work well. Like trying to rip a full recording off of that tiny little thing up here, this little box, is always a bad time. Okay, delete sketch. There we go. And this is our line work layer. Line work. Sketch. Delete sketch. Line work. References. Okay, we good. We good. Alright. Time to draw the most important Skynet I've ever drawn. The most important Skynet there ever will be. A fox Skynet. So that tiny mithril fox leaves me blown about drawing more Rokari. Yep. She's been on my ass about it, man. Every single day I get a toxic DM from her saying, Evan, Blair, Art, where are my fox girls? I have to say, I'm sorry, man. It's my bad. She says, fine. I'll let you go without being canceled on Reddit one more day, but you better have my foxes next month. I say, okay, I'm sorry. Ever since she became a ruthless businesswoman, been quite the toxic, every single one, every day. You want a Rokari every single day, Fox? Fox, I can't do that. That's too many Rokari. That's too many attractive characters. I wonder what the comments are on my YouTube and TikTok video if I baited anyone with complaining about Brooklyn's attractive tieflings. Because I made a TikTok and a video last night basically whining about how everyone who asked me to do a tiefling wants them to be ridiculously good looking. And it's true. Even even the male tieflings I've been doing recently. It's been in the description. This guy's really good looking, all right? Like he's got to have like a jawline that could cut fucking cardboard. Made of sterling uranium or some shit, I don't know. And that's fine. It's just like, I love it. I'm not throwing shade. I just noticed that there is a certain vibe with tiefling players that I thought I would comment on. I noticed that there was 1 or 2 protests before I went to bed last night when I just cursory look checked on my videos. So like a bookie, but I want Rokari instead of money. Oh, okay. Okay, got it. got it. That's fair. It's probably not. There's probably complaints on Instagram. I don't think they're probably on YouTube. Instagram. What do people say? Instagram people said, if I could draw, I would also want to make attractive tieflings though. Making Warforged with moss growing on it would be cool though. Like, oh no, like there we go. Are you taking commissions again? Unfortunately, no, not just yet. Did I get his name wrong, or just the word unfortunately? Unfortunately, not just yet. And then we'll do the sweat smile emoji. Okay. We'll give him an emoji too. What emoticon should we give him? Should we give him the moon? Should we give him the what should we do? The crying emoji? Let's do the sweat smile emoji. Unfortunately, not just yet. There we go. Post. Forgive me, Evan. I know I'm part of. Oh, that's Brooklyn. Forgive me, Evan. I know I'm part of the problem. I will almost certainly request more hot tieflings. What do you mean by part of the problem? It's amazing when the problem identifies themselves as being part of the problem. Amazing. Okay, let's see. People were complaining about this. Was it on YouTube or was it on TikTok? TikTok's difficult to bring up on stream because TikTok doesn't like Firefox. It only likes Chrome, which is super weird. I know. YouTube Studio. It might have been TikTok. There were complaints. Let's see. See comments. Okay. Was it on this one? You can start a segment where you draw a series of grizzled tieflings. At some point, people will stop asking you asking the tieflings Stop asking for the tieflings how they want them and start asking tieflings how you make them. Do it like you always do. Good idea. Reply. Like. Open up your coffee commissions again and bet chat that they can't resist unreasonably attractive characters. Who am I kidding? It's armored paladins that we can't resist. I can't believe you asked for a druid. SMH. And favorite. I have 2 tieflings, and neither of them are meant to be conventionally hot. One is a rough around the edges, androgynous-looking monk. The other is a druid who's meant to go against all edgy tropes of tieflings. She's so cute and earnest, like some kind of Disney princess. I guess both of them could be unconventionally pretty, but maybe I should add them to the request list sometime to mix it up. Should we give... dude, if Slesian was here, I'd absolutely give her the AI response. Let's do this. And then I'm going to say this. That was the YouTube recommended. By the way. The dark side. Mine is also unreasonably attractive. They do have fur and scales, so there's that. Wait, what? Mine is also unreasonably attractive, but they do have fur and scales. I thought we were talking about tieflings. Not my... Oi! So, oi! What a... Wait, did this person just start this call with oi? Oi! Not my tiefling! She's rough and tumble. Just give me one reason to divine smite you. Type. In terms of attractiveness, she's not all that special, above average at best. She doesn't get some attention. Wait, she does get some attention anyways because some people think the horns give her a bad boy aesthetic. Okay. Maybe it was on TikTok. Tell me this wasn't like a hidden comment or whatever. Somebody was mad. Fuck, who was mad, bro? But tieflings have a charisma bonus, so makes sense. That doesn't work that way. I mean, I take a tiefling based on wolves and Dragoloth. The fuck is that? I've got an NPC in my game like that. Your art is awesome. Like. Why, thank you. Hi, I'm a big fan of your work. I was wondering if you could do a request piece for me. Okay. Hi, I'm a big fan of your work. I was wondering if you could do a request piece for me. My character is beautiful wood elf, Way of the Shadow Monk. Thanks. I would love to send it on over to my coffee the next time I have slots open. No, but I just want it for free. I'd rather have a sinister tiefling. The more fiendish and underhanded, the better. Ooh. My character better look like the devil from the Bible, but in a suit and trench coat. I'm not a caveman. What? Okay. Challenge yourself. Rugged, smoldering dwarves and centerfold dwarven ladies. Hot dwarves are a rarity. Unfortunately, no. Wait. People rarely request dwarves. Post. This character makes me want to ask you for a commission. I'm just gonna like it. I'm not gonna even respond. I want a tiefling that looks like they got hit by a truck. I want a tiefling that looks like they got hit by a truck. Oh, that was actually this one. Yeah, she's a blood hunter that used to be so beautiful that she would cause people to literally go mad. But then she got, or no, wait, am I out of, no, I'm out of fucking characters. But then truck, then wait, then the truck. Fuck, I'm out of characters. She's blood under that used to be so beautiful that she would cause people to go literally mad. That's actually this. Okay, how do I fit the truck in there? There's actually, or that's. That's this one. She's a blood hunter that used to be so beautiful that people go mad, that she would cause people to literally go mad before she got hit by the truck. No! Wait, I'm good. And I'm gonna like my own comment there. All right. Well, maybe, I don't know. There was somebody who was like, who said started off with you should challenge yourself and do like realistic characters or something. I don't know where it was. I thought it might have been. I don't think I deleted it because I was going to meme about it today, but maybe I did. I thought it was on YouTube though, so that's why I was a bit confused. Is there hidden comments in this video? No, are there? There might be. Wait. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, I should just drop the coffee link. You're right, Fox. I should have. Would have been more alpha. Brooklyn's gonna respond to that comment, be like, "You fucking said what about my character?" Excuse me. She what? That's why she's a blood hunter. She's trying to hunt down the person that hit her with a fucking truck and caused her to look normal. Poor Bliss, man. You know? She used to be like a goddess, bro. And that truck just knocked her back into normally unreasonably attractive. To be fair, someone in the next week is gonna read that comment and think I'm serious. That's the curse with like leaving like dipshit comments on your own video, is that somebody will read your stupid ass comment that's clearly a meme and take it seriously. Yeah, that's the problem, man. That's what we suffer with. That's what we suffer through. But I will take the beatings. I will take the, you know, the criticisms. It's alright. I don't mind. Hunt down the truck driver, officially added to her backstory. Okay, cool. Just with no context. The group's like, wait, what? She was trampled by a carriage. Yeah, there you go. That's more fantasy friendly for your D&D adventures. Carriage trampling. Trampled by a carriage. That was also weirdly Fox's request for August Green. At her shopping list of fucking wounds and scars and deformities and shit. Hey man, I don't mind. Just like Alf's character. Got a scar here, a missing eye there. Okay, dude. You right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Salesian, hello, dude. Salesian, I hope you don't mind. I left you a response to your comment on my short this morning, and I used the YouTube AI generated one. Yep, the YouTube recommended AI generated comment. And I'm not ashamed of it either. I'll do it again. Okay, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. I'm just farming. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. No. God damn it. I'm just memeing. It's my bad. All right. Now, Rokari are supposed to be a little shorter. And Sky Knights are supposed to be tall and impressive. So I don't know how this is going to work. Now that I think about it. As far as canonical, friendly NPCs and stuff. Listen, YouTube recommended the comments, Legion. So I had to click it. They've got a lot of recommended comments in there, you know, when you want to respond to your stuff. It really makes you wonder if anyone who ever responds to any comments on YouTube, if they're actually reading them or if they're just clicking the auto-generated response. Because it's also not every comment that it, like, recommends an AI response for. It's like 1 in 4, maybe, I think, around there. Something along those lines. Oh wait, I gotta dry our eyes first. Shit. The eyes need to be earlier in the process. I forgot about that. God, I wish I had done like process videos for some of the old pieces that I've been looking at recently. Like, I gotta do an update to some of Ella's characters for our game we're starting soon. I did say we'd start playing D&D together again in July, and it is in fact July. Now, to be fair, when I said that, that was before Ella got surprised by 3, I think, markets that she didn't think that she'd be able to get into. So she's a lot more busy right now than we thought she'd be. Ella thought that she would make enough dice and product in March to last her the whole summer until Edmonton Expo. Ella was wrong. Ella was very wrong. So, my whole plans of us playing D&D on her stream together in July, I don't know if they'll come to fruition, but maybe it'll be an August thing, but I think we'll probably try. Like, it'll probably be like late half of July, not like July 4th or whatever this weekend is or some shit. She sold already? So she, yes. So she starting the year, January and then February and then March and then April, she had her first comic convention. She had the Calgary Comic Con. Okay. And she almost sold out here. Okay. So this was a surprise. She didn't know she was getting into this one. She'd applied to this market, didn't get in. And it's a big one. It's a big convention, like 100,000 attendees kind of convention. And so she thought she wasn't going to get into it, but managed to get a slot. And then last minute thing, great. And then right after Comic-Con in May had, what did it have? Oh, it had Otafest. And Otafest is a anime convention in Calgary, to which her friend was going, and she's like, hey, do you want a small amount of my table to like sell your dice at? And Ella was like, okay, sure, like, yeah, I'd love that. So, you know, fine, great. And again, she sold out. Now, in June, there were 2 events. One was ArdCon, and the other was GameCon. Now, ArdCon and GameCon, we knew we were going to do these events. So she had prepped and was ready for them. And this is when she'd be making dice to get ready for all this stuff. So again, between these two events, once again, she sold out. And then in July, or I guess, sorry, late June, there was also High River. Let's call it July, though. There's High River Ren Fair. And she didn't know she was getting into this one. And what do you think happened this last weekend that she had High River Ren Fair? What little inventory she had, she sold out. So in July, then we also have Vegreville Ren Fair. And then in August, we have Strathmore Ren Fair. And these are two events that we knew we were going to do. So we knew we were going to do these four right here. And then in September, there is Edmonton Comic Expo. And we knew we were going to do this one. So she started making dice in January, all through January to March, to hopefully have enough inventory to carry her all the way so she wouldn't have to make new dice until August. So she'd have like August through September to make dice. But she keeps selling out at every fucking convention she goes to, which is phenomenal, by the way. Really helps out. Really amazing shit. Super proud of her. She's happy. I'm happy. It's great. Things going super well. She's doing amazing stuff. The problem is she's been staying up till 2 a.m. working like almost every single day. Almost every single night. I have to like get ready for bed on my own and just like make sure she's like not slumped over in her chair. And then when I wake up in the morning, I like immediately look over to see if she like made it to bed that night or if she's asleep on the couch downstairs, you know, still in her like apron from working. So what's up, Azalea? Thanks for the lurk. Hopefully we'll do a good job for Sky Knight Izzy today. Hopefully I'll make you proud. Thanks for the lurk, Azalea. I appreciate it. But yeah, Jacob, she keeps selling out, man. She wanted to have like a shop update like every month this year for the summer, but did not work out the way she wanted it to, so it's tragic. Kiki, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Kiki, did you follow because you saw this character had cat ears? You can be honest with me. Did you see the Neko Mimi and decide, yep. Thanks for the follow, Kiki. I appreciate it. We're gonna meet today. Let's go. Yes, I am. That's what we're doing today, Azalea. So hopefully we get through your Sky Knight piece with all your armored regal glory. And then move on to some of the design stuff we gotta do for Quincy. I'm busy, man. I got stuff to do. Maybe I should just do a work subathon where I just am live for like 3 weeks. All day, every day. Just getting it. Doing every project I need. Marathon style. It'd be exhausting, but it'd be fun. Maybe? Yeah, okay. Well, thank you, Kiki. I'm honored to have you, so I appreciate it. Okay. Okay. I spent a long time on the sketch today for this, the undersketch. Gonna have to be efficient in my lines today, okay? No dawdling, no derping, no monologuing, no getting distracted with gotcha green dragon checks, okay? Nope, today's a serious art day. Where I prove to the internet once and for all that I'm a serious artist. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves there, okay? It'll be very difficult after this year's projects to not call myself a serious artist, so I'm kind of gonna enjoy the meme right now for a little while. I still will refuse to call myself a real artist after this year, but serious, maybe, I don't know. No green dragon gotcha today, thank God. Yeah, I think the check is like probably broken at this point in time. You're always a serious artist? A serious artist would spend 7 hours a day doing fundamental drill studies, and I don't. So I'm still trying to get serious. You know what's terrifying when you talk to like a real big serious artist that's like a, you know, big industry artist? What's terrifying is understanding the amount that they work. You know, it's kind of like I had this conversation recently with some YouTubers, which was really cool. I've like made some friends in the TTRPG space, you know, like Quincy and Tank and Dungeon Dad and Valiant Fox and Mossy Socks. It's been really cool to like meet people and like kind of like be spoken to like a peer, I guess, even though I'm a nobody compared to them. And I was having some conversations with a couple of them and at GameCon, and we were talking about the amount of like, they had like all sorts of kind of like analytics and statistics and stuff to like rattle off the top of their head. Obviously they would, right? The amount of videos that people who are like really big, serious, growing YouTubers post, or like Valiant Fox posts on Instagram on every day or whatever, the quantity difference between like me not really trying and people who are like getting it is just so terrifying. And it reminded me of the artist kind of debate where it's like people are like, ooh, I'm really working hard. I'm like spending like, you know, I do about like 2 hours of like character fundamentals every single week. And the terrifying thing is when you find or talk to the artist that spends 3 hours a day, you're like, oh shit, what am I doing? You know? Sometimes it's like good to know what people are who are like doing stuff that you want to like kind of emulate your process after are doing, because it helps like reinforce this idea of understanding what's possible, I guess, what you're capable of. When you understand like what serious artists do for their like daily work or whatever, bro, it's unreal. It's completely terrifying. To the schedule of like the artists that I've had the small glimpse into their like career or whatever, the schedule they maintain is unholy. It's absolutely unholy. That was my first thought when I got here. That's not a dragon. Yeah, I really want to do something kind of special for the dragons, so I'm trying to do some compositional stuff. I don't know. Dragons are really hard for me compositionally, because I find that dragons are they to not make a dragon look clunky and weird is actually pretty difficult. So the nice thing about the green dragon checks is that they're dumb memes. The sad thing about the green dragon checks, if you want like a serious dragon, is it's going to take me a little bit and I'm not going to rush it. And so I spent some time last night doing it and working on like some foundational kind of like posing and whatnot. And it's every time I've drawn a dragon, it's been very difficult. Like the one I was showing yesterday, the sketch I did, that took me a long time, like at least a week of like working on it here and there every day, to get a pose that felt organic and not like awkward, because they're supposed to feel like kind of real and lizard like, but also kind of like almost posed like a human would, because they have sort of similar, they have like they have like an intelligent awareness, but with like an animal like figure, right? The way I describe it is if you got like a traditional like portraiture done of a person, you know, where they're looking very nobly off into the distance, and they've got their hand tucked into their suit pocket or jacket or whatever, like some Napoleon thing, and then one arm, you know, extended out, resting on like a, you know, their cane, and then one foot up on like a box with their like hunting fucking giant mastiff sitting beside them, all like fancy. Like, this is a pose. This is a very like regal communicative pose. Now the way I describe it is, imagine if you were trying to draw like a gorilla or like an orangutan or a chimpanzee, or even like a capuchin monkey in like a proper regal pose that communicates a certain regality and, you know, presence they have. Dragons, I find, are a similar challenge, where you're taking basically a lizard and trying to figure out how to pose a lizard to evoke the same emotion that you would with a human. Obviously, you kind of like reference the animal side a little bit more. Sometimes you have them like crouch down like a hunting like predator or whatever, and that's easier. But when you're trying to have them like sitting on a rock, wings spread out, looking very like, you know, posed and formal, it's actually pretty challenging, I think, to get a really good convincing dragon pose. There's a lot of dragon art out there that I find extremely mediocre, and I don't want to like I see that when I do a piece like that, it just kills me. So it takes me a little while to like get dragons right, I think. That's why green dragon checks are really like chill, because I just do like a silly little drawing and I'm like not worried about it, you know. But if it's like a bigger thing that I'm actually going to make into a print and like make into a promo for the trading cards, I'm not going to rush it. That's why I didn't start it yesterday. It's like, I'm not going to rush this. It's something that I've had to like learn to do better recently, is basically when people are excited about seeing me work on something, being able to say like, no, I'm not rushing this, you know. And people come back every week and be like, yo, where's this? Yo, where's that? And I don't want to like obviously let people down, but I've used to feel a lot of pressure in this sort of like idea of, oh God, I don't want to let the people down. You know, they're asking for this or that or whatever. Oh man, what do I do? Like, and now I've just kind of chilled out and like, hey man, you know, didn't quite get the pose right. Not that Silesian was like harassing me about it, but just I'm more confident in giving that answer. I'm not as nervous to say like, yeah, I couldn't quite get it last night when I was trying. It's way easier now for me to say that, and like most people respect it and they're like, yeah, okay, cool, don't, like, take your time, bro, you know, because you're always drawing and working on projects and commissions for 4 to 6 hours a day, so serious artist. Okay, fair enough. I mean, yeah, well, the problem is my work day is somewhere around 12 to 14 hours almost every day. 10 hours some days. During the summer when I'm walking more, it's only about a 10-hour work day, but it's not all spent working on fundamentals, obviously. A lot of it's spent on doing commissions and streaming and stuff, so. Their anatomy, I think, is harder because they're fictional. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, like you want a dragon to have like, it obviously needs to be like kind of like built off of a lizard with that kind of like lizard whatever legs, you know, needs to have your kind of like dinosaur like kind of proportions, but then it needs, so yeah, it needs to have like dinosaur like proportions like a T-Rex, but it needs to also have the longer like neck, like a longer like chicken neck. It needs to have like non-realistic horns. You have all of your like spines and whatever in there and like everything. And then you need to have big arms that are more humanoid than lizard like. So arms that are like manipulatable and opposable, that they can like hold on to stuff, where they can crawl on the ground still and have like lizard claw type things, but also have like a kind of more believable, like they can manipulate or whatever. And then you need to give them their wings, and their wings are obviously like very difficult, because wings on these kind of creatures, if you look like bats and stuff, their wings are their fucking arms. So now you don't have like a chest, like a pectoral muscle that pulls their wings together. You need to kind of invent anatomy for that. And then on top of that, you need to also have the anatomy of like kind of a full arm, like an arm. A wing is an arm with webbing on the fingers. And like, I never talk about this because I don't think people like understand or care, but that's all a wing is. Your wing is, so you have your shoulder muscle, you have your bicep and tricep muscle, which push and pull the wing in and out, right? And then you have, and these need to be huge to be convincing for dragons, I think. They need to be like beefy, right? And then you have your extremely long extended forearm that functions with like a forearm, with your proper, like, you know, the brachioradialis muscle being prominent and stuff like that for, you know, pronation, supination, whatever. And then basically the top of the wing is a hand that's kind of bent forward with one, like this is the thumb. The thumb is bent forward, and then the fingers are all like the digits that make up the wing. So then you have like 4 or whatever, like fingers, digits, that you put the webbing between. And then one thing that a lot of people get wrong with wings is a lot of people like the spine that you put on the elbow, but you can't actually close a wing properly if you have a spine on the elbow. So I never do this on my dragons. They'll have another one of these like nice sort of like shapes of whatever, but you can't do that. Like you can, obviously no one cares, it's a made-up creature, but you want your creature to feel believable, right? You don't want to have people make too many logical leaps and jumps of things not being realistic without it getting you somewhere, I think. And so again, with the wing, also you want the wing to be connecting to the body fairly low down. Like, you can make a case for the wing connecting to the actual tail, but at least let's not have the wing connected to the base of the arm, which a lot of dragons do. Like in the armpit, you want it to be like down here so that it can create enough sort of like of a sail, right? As opposed to like the regular wings, which would look like this, and that's not cool. So like drawing a dragon is like really hard to do like convincing good dragons that feel really good and realistic and whatnot. It's actually pretty difficult, I think, to really sell the fantasy of a dragon. And again, I don't know how to resolve the issue of the wings pectoral muscle. I don't even try, right? Because we have a sense of a pectoral muscle hidden usually under like a mantle of like spines or an armor plates or whatever. A lot of people put like armor plates in their dragon's like throat and whatever, and that's cool. But the problem is, like, where does the muscle go? Like in fucking your anatomical studies, your pectoral muscle, if we're trying to draw a dragon anatomy here, which is going to be tough. Like the mechanical side of the dragon is like pretty challenging, because your shoulder is what tightens to pull the wing this way. So your shoulder needs to be huge as well, because anything that pulls the wing this way is your shoulder, right? Anything that pulls the wing in like this is this muscle tensing. And so if the wing's ever going to beat forward, it needs to have a pretty big chest, right? Think of if you do chest flies at the gym. And then anything that makes the actual like digit or appendage of the wing move up, you know, that's your bicep. The other way, that's the tricep. So like anatomically, dragons are pretty difficult. And of course, then what do you do if you stick an arm on here? You need to have like another arm with another shoulder and another bicep, tricep, and then another pectoral muscle. Like, maybe you could rationalize that it's like built over top of it or whatever, or something like that. There's like a two muscle sort of stage there, and so they've got a giant, huge pectoral muscle underneath and then a smaller one on top for their actual arm. I don't know. Dragon anatomy is very challenging. Getting dragons to feel good is difficult, man. Not that anyone wanted a dragon anatomical interlude, but it's a challenge, you know. So you're absolutely right about that, Salesian. Difference that they have time for it. You're always working on commissions and stuff for Eldara, maybe practicing, but you are working. Well, I mean, yeah, I appreciate that. I do need to practice more, though. You only get so good by practicing through your work, and I haven't done almost any character like sketching practice, specifically just practice, in probably 3 months. I've just been trying to stay on top of like work. So practice is unfortunately very important to the future development of an artist. Every time you like don't practice in the name of working, you're withdrawing from your future self. It's a thing that like messes a lot of artists up when they realize that, like emotionally, it fucks them up, you know? Like, oh god, I've wasted so much time. What am I doing? Like, it's okay, man. It's okay. You can get it back. You can get it back. You can make up for it. You just got to start making deposits, I guess, right? You're already working on the godly talent. There's still practice to get talent that makes you better and more serious in my book. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Makes the vote of confidence. How to draw dragons. An Evan's Tale. So I like a lot of the Wizards of the Coast dragons. I just don't like, you know, like the gold dragons. What do they look like? They look like they got like little lizard legs, and they got this like weird fucking spine wing thing or whatever. I think that's the way gold dragons look. One of the metallic dragons looks like this, and I can't take it seriously. Ugh. The first time I actually like thought about this really deeply was watching the Lord of the Rings extended edition fucking whatever behind the scenes thing, and it was John Howe, I believe, who was talking about the fell beasts and wing anatomy, and he was saying that they added that Peter Jackson wanted the wing, or somebody wanted the wing like spine on the wing that looked better to them for the fell beast, but he was saying like he had to like figure out how to get past it because he knew that it couldn't like work or whatever, that it couldn't fly with that. It couldn't close the wing properly because the spine would just like stick out too much or whatever. But he had to like do it anyway because, you know, he just had to have it known in the like special features or whatever that a wing can't have that and still work. We have lots of wing references, you know. You look at like featherless wings, you see it, bats, dinosaurs that flew, they all have the same construction for the wing. It doesn't change. The only animals it changes on are insects. Looks like a flat fish. Yeah, I hate it, dude. It's the worst one, I think. I used to have this like dragon poster in my room that had all the different dragons on it from D&D. D&D dragon poster. I found it a couple years ago on the internet. It was this one. Yeah, right here. So it was this poster. And I hated it, man. Like, look at all the like the brass, the copper, and gold dragon all looked like shit to me. You know, I didn't like the white dragon because look at how thin and spindly its wing is. Same thing's true with like the black dragon here, or the blue dragon, or the green dragon. Like the bronze dragon had like some muscle in there, and so did the red dragon. These were good, but I never liked the little spindly wings. It's like some Yu-Gi-Oh shit or whatever, right? They said about believability is not, or that thing, no way that thing could fly. Yeah, you know what's I think a big mistake that people say is you'll hear people say, in a world with magic, you're telling me this thing couldn't X, right? Oh shoot, Reaper, hello, what's going on, guys? Hello. Reaper, my friends, this month I am starting on my official Reaper fan art of Sophie later in the month, so look forward to that, I guess. I don't know if anyone was waiting with bated breath for that, but welcome in, everybody. Good to have you. Hello. Y'all are new to the stream. I'm Evan. We're drawing some cool Sky Knights today based on some other designs. And if you are new to my stream and you don't know Reaper, Reaper is probably one of my favorite Twitch channels on the internet. So please go give them a follow. They're amazing over there. It's a good time all the time. Exclusive calendar, Sophie, you got it, man. The same one. The same one. Thanks to Raid, I really appreciate it. I'm honored, truly. But yeah, like we were just talking about like believability in fantasy with dragons specifically. And so, yeah, I agree. I think it's always a mistake when people say, like, in a world of fantasy and magic or whatever, you expect me to, like this thing X or Y should be perfectly acceptable. And I think that there's, like, a certain range of, like, a gut check. Like, if you see, you know, like a, I don't know, a dragon with, like 3-foot wingspan, you're not going to believe that thing can fly. Even though when you see a dragon with, like, you know, you see the kind of the silhouette of the dragon's, like, you know, 80-foot whatever wingspan. He's have a Trogdor head. Even though you know and I know logically that this creature still couldn't fly, right? There's something about seeing it with, like, more power in the wings, more physicality, more sort of, like, anatomy that supports the idea of these large beating wings. It feels more believable. And so you don't have to take as much of a leap of faith for it. The same thing is true. A lot of people have that issue with, like, small, like, short characters like gnomes and halflings that have, like, high strength scores. You know, like, sure, you have to, like, kind of magic away it a little bit or, like, fantasy it away just a smidge. And that's fine, but I think that it's something that you should do very carefully. You should, like, treat that like a resource. Anytime you can design something to not require as much of a suspension of disbelief, I think that's the thing that you should do, because you're going to need to have people take some leaps. When the dragon shoots magic out, like fucking lasers out of its eyes, like, okay, cool. Yeah, we have to take a little bit of a leap on that one, you know? Because as last I checked, animals couldn't shoot lasers out of their eyes. So, whenever you want to, you know, air quote, magic something away, I think it should be very carefully done, you know? So, working and lurking, thanks for stopping by, Steve. Appreciate it. Good luck with your work today, bro. A few metal Sophies that I've yet to paint, dude. I need to get me the Reapercon fucking official Sophie this year. Soon believe a wingless dragon can fly. Having wings at all suggests that they're used for something. Totally. And so, you know, that brings in sort of the idea of the, you know, the kind of the Asian dragon that has the, you got a little orb there. You know, that this thing sort of like swirling and flying through the air. That thing requires, I think, less of a suspension of disbelief to believe it could fly than a thing with big wings. Right? Because like you said, the application of large wings is the implication that they're used for something, as opposed to the Eastern dragons. And I'm always very careful and cautious when somebody says, like, they kind of scoff and say, oh, this is a fantasy world. I thought my 2-foot character could carry an 8-foot greatsword. It's like, yeah, okay, but like, you are, whether you want to or not, whether you care or not, it's irrelevant. It is withdrawing from some of the believability and the legitimacy of the world. It's going to be a more difficult ask to get your players or viewers or readers or whatever to believe in something later. And so it's one of those things that I have to think about very like deeply as a creator that the players don't need to. So that's why I think a lot of people don't empathize with that take, because yeah, you're the one that's supposed to make the 2-foot halfling that has an 8-foot greatsword, but I'm the person that's supposed to create believability in the world and consistency and logic. So, yeah, in a world where fireballs exist, should your dragons have physically impressive wingspans? I think so. If a bee or hummingbird can fly, I can believe a dragon can fly. Sure, that's fine. And you can suspend your disbelief like that, and that's not... Maybe you have a total amazing imagination of fantastic fairy tales and whatever, and that's great if you don't require much of a suspension of disbelief for any of that kind of shit. That's totally fine. But we're talking about averages here. Most people will say that, and then later on they'll be like, yeah, I don't know, so I'm just not quite feeling this project. Why is the gold dragon not as popular as the dragons from Game of Thrones? Because more people believe a Game of Thrones dragon is an actual fucking dragon. You know what I mean? It has that physicality to it. It has that like that lizard like predator that can fly and shoot fire. And so whether or not in an individual circumstance people say something like that, Azalea, like, look man, if a bee can fly, then I believe my dragon can fly. People will say that to me quite a bit. They'll use the bee example quite a bit, actually, as the reason why you can create non-believable wings in fantasy. Or like, I don't want to say realistic, I'll say believable. The problem is 8 out of 10 of those people will still just not like it, the design, and not know why. They won't be able to tell you why. So it's one of those things as a creator, you have to not listen to what people say, you have to listen to or watch what people do, you know? And I've learned that lesson very much through my time, like doing stuff publicly facing with world building and stuff. Someone will have a problem with something, or they'll have a, you know, say, hey, you should do your idea like this because I believe a dragon with tiny little, like, you know, fat dragon from the D&D movie wings could fly and it's funny and whatever. And they might say that, but then I'll watch people not take that dragon seriously. And I'm like, aha. So we don't really always know what the things are, like where our budget is spent. And like I said, there are some people that have that, like, they can suspend disbelief for anything and whatever, and it's all great. But I think that that's a rarer breed. So I'm always cautious when somebody says that, because, like, is this person part of that small, like, it doesn't kind of matter, I guess, because if the person is like telling, if the person's actually like in tune with what they actually want and they're telling the truth, not, well, obviously you think you're telling the truth all the time, but if they actually sort of like mean what they say on a subconscious level, it's still irrelevant because they're the minority, I think. So it's one of those very really interesting things, right? Like the bee wing dragon wing thing is definitely a very interesting debate for me. But I've kind of like come to the conclusion that some people have that kind of like suspension of disbelief, like imagination, whatever. Most people don't. Whether they think they do or not, most people have just like a wall of like, this needs to feel real to me, and they don't know why it doesn't, but they won't like interact with it or engage with it because it doesn't feel quite right to them. So it's very, very interesting to me. I like studying this kind of shit. I find it really fulfilling and unique to jump into that like psychology of D&D players, gamers, whatever. They've got like it's like a whole meta inside of meta, you know? Bumblebee is the one with the odd flight characteristics, not the regular bee. So those people are already wrong in their example, but they're absolutely correct because nobody cares about the difference. You can't, like, that's the issue. You can't get stuck on like a semantic or the pedantics of an argument to understand what they actually mean for it. So it doesn't make them wrong when they use the bumblebee example or the bee example, because nobody knows the difference, and frankly, basically nobody cares. So when they say that, you can't just like adjust your glasses and be like, well, actually, sorry, your argument's illegitimate because it's the bumblebee that has a straight. Like, no. Like, you might be technically correct, but we're not trying to be technically correct. We're trying to listen to what people feel. Listen to what they're trying to say as opposed to what they're actually saying. You know what I mean? That's something that's really difficult to do. It's really hard to like separate that or whatever and trying to hear what people are saying, you know? I can suspend it to disagree if something is clearly intended to be absurd. I don't mind. If like the rock dragon from How to Train Your Dragon, yeah, the entirety of the How to Train Your Dragon universe is by definition in some ways then absurd or silly or whatever. And so no one's taking How to Train Your Dragon very seriously. Like, there might be like a couple people out there that are like, man, this is the best fantasy since Lord of the Rings. And like, okay, dude, like, that's totally fine. I'm happy for you. I'm happy you found something you love. But basically no one's like putting it on the same level as like trying to figure out if Smog is like a legitimate, you know, dragon. So yeah, totally. If it's absurd and the whole world sort of commands that kind of level of like absurdity, then you get to do more wacky shit. The other example you could use along the same vein of Duria is anime. Anime doesn't try and take itself seriously, especially fantasy anime. Very rarely and few and far between does a fantasy anime try and take itself seriously and build some lore and consistency in like a world that's believable. I don't know, like maybe I'm just off the top of my head, like maybe like Goblin Slayer, Vinland Saga, fuck. I can't think of many other examples, but whatever, you get it. But anime inherently, it's like the, okay, well, this character is gonna shoot chainsaws from her violin, and she's a knight, and you're like, okay. But you walk into the anime already sort of having a level of like you're expecting absurdity. They're not going for a serious fantasy that people can get really pulled into and immersed with. You know what I mean? So yeah, How to Train Your Dragon is a great example of that, because it's the same sort of thing. The whole thing's silly to begin with, so, you know. You know that Nat Geo documentary they did to make people believe dragons were real? They have this whole elaborate documentary about it? No, I've never seen that. When was that shit? That's hilarious. I love that. Every freaking child knows the difference between a bumblebee and a bee. What are you even saying here? No. No, not even close. Maybe in your school system, homeboy, but and speaking for, and I'm gonna speak for all of North America. If you polled fucking 100,000 people of like what the difference is between a bee and a bumblebee, I bet you the percentage of people that would know the difference, rounded to the nearest whole number, would be 0. Maybe this is something in there that's like, you know, different, whatever. But if you just look at like the silhouette of the bee or some shit, there's no shot people know the difference, because people say, oh, look, a bee. They don't say, well, I believe that's a bumblebee over there. No, people don't fucking know that shit. Not to the high enough percentage that like every child knows. No, that's definitely not the case. It might disappoint you to hear that, but it's definitely not the case. So bumblebee equals bigger, easy, right? Yeah. And you'd think that would be like an easy enough distinction, but no, people don't know the fucking difference. So, and this is again to prove the point that like the argument is invalid because they're saying but bee instead of bumblebee. That's getting lost in the sauce. And it's a trap I used to fall into when I'd like make arguments with people. And the whole point of what I'm saying is that you can't let people get lost in the sauce with arguments. So this is so hilarious that literally, while me pointing out the point about people get lost in the sauce on dragons, there's an attempt to lose oneself in the sauce with fucking bumblebees. It's exactly my point. But you understand then how dragons are like this issue, then people sort of like will get like specific about things and whatever, like, well, actually it's magical whatever flight. Like, no, it isn't. No one cares. Everyone sees like Atari made the good point by saying people will see wings and assume they're there for some reason, right? If you wanted your wings to not seem usable or whatever, then to try, you'd have to go further in making them not realistic. I don't know if you just tried to post a link, Jacob, but don't forget links are disabled in chat, so I only see 3 little stars, unfortunately. The only reason I knew a hornet was different than a bee is I got stung by a bunch of them.
Why would I want to talk about Bumblebee from Transformers when I'm talking about primary pollinators?
Oh no, not a Transformers Bumblebee. That one doesn't even have wings. It has fucking car doors. Ah, shit. Damn it. Damn it, dude. Oh, man. Oh, well. Oh, well. We got there. And people can distinguish them quite easily, at least in the EU, but why does it matter when we don't know the details? Right, so Phoenix, maybe you missed the part where I said in NA, I literally said, maybe this is an EU fucking school system thing, but in NA, this does not exist. So... I'm not sure if you got here before I said that or if you just weren't paying attention, but but like, so yeah, sure. You guys might have, yeah, there's tons of stuff that like people from EU will be like baffled and they'll be like, what? We learn about this thing in the school system. And I'm like, bitch, that ain't here. Like, giddy up, you know? So I think that's one of those things that maybe your school system like takes the time for, but we certainly don't fucking talk about that the distinctions between bees and bumblebees in North America. That doesn't happen here, dude. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen here. So, yeah. Generally, it's like, you know, people know the difference between a bee and a wasp, and that's about it. Like wasp are thin and mean, bee are big and not mean, right? And then you try and get people to figure out the difference between a wasp and a hornet, and no one knows unless they've seen the fucking Japanese hornet thing. And they're like, oh, they're bigger. Okay, cool. So, exactly my point where people get lost in the wrong part of an argument. To make the argument about like the type of wings being believable, people will try and make the argument, and it's kind of, I think, like a bit of a mistake to base your design or whatever for your character or for your creature off of like what the people think is a commonly accepted like kind of knowledge of how said creature works or whatever, when generally it's like you have to have your finger on the pulse of people in general, as opposed to like what individuals say about like, oh, well, your dragons should have like small wings because they can fly with magic. No, you might have one glasses adjusting nerd say that to you, but the problem is that people, like I said, will gravitate to the more realistic, more believable designs. Realistic's like not a great word to use, but it's an efficient word to use at least. People always gravitate to the, you know, those kind of designs. So, can Transformers Bumblebee transform into a bee? I don't think so. I think you can transform into a car and a dude with car door wings. I think that's it. To be fair, I haven't seen a Transformers movie in probably 10 years. I don't even know, like, are they still making Transformers movies? I have not paid attention to, dude, there was an entire, like I want to say maybe almost 10-year long period that I just didn't go to like a single movie in the theaters, basically, except for like maybe a Star Wars release or something. So I'm so unbelievably out of the loop on almost anything modern pop culture when it comes to film and TV. You know, it started when I was working at the game store, and the game store nerds were like, bro, you gotta watch like Battlestar Galactica or whatever fucking thing was the thing of the day. You know, I don't know, man. I just find it really hard to find time to watch. They're both difficult for me. Movies are difficult for me because I'd have to go out and have to spend a couple of hours out and find time for that. And then on top of that, TV is even more difficult for me because it's like a 5 or 6 hour thing to watch through the entire series. Like, I think the only TV series I've watched in the last couple of years was probably Arcane. Not much is like I wasn't gonna watch K-pop Demon Hunters at all until somebody mentioned, until Quincy mentioned that it was a movie, like a short little like 1.5, 2 hour whatever movie. And I was like, oh, because when Natasha brought it up in stream the other day, I was like, that sounds rad, but I don't know if I want to watch 12 episodes of something. I just can't find the time for that, you know? And so there's lots of like cool stuff that I wish I could see or watch or know about, but yeah, so I don't even know what the fuck's going on with Transformers, bro. I have no idea if they're even still fucking doing movies, bro. I kind of want to go see a movie though sometime soon. Every time Ella and I are at the mall for any reason, like when we go into town, I always like going to the movie theater that's like connected to the mall that we go to and just seeing the posters to see what's new. Because like it's like a experience, you know? It's an expensive as shit experience to go to the mall to see a movie, but alas, it's one I miss a little bit. Elle and I used to do like the dinner and movie dates when we were teenagers all the time, man. We used to go out to eat or whatever together, hit a movie, then go back to my parents' place and just like play Warcraft the rest of the night. That was good living, bro. We didn't have shit to do, man. Had a lot of work, but it was always very like simple work that if you messed up on or whatever, you didn't get behind on anything. Because like you get behind your schoolwork and you basically got to like just, you know, you fail the class or whatever. You're never like, oh my god, I'm 8 weeks behind on work or whatever. There was like a simplicity to art school that I didn't appreciate at the time. There's definitely that simplicity that sometimes I miss. So we could like find days to go out or whatever. Find time to go see shit. Go see the new Dune movie or whatever. I don't know, man. I don't know what we even go see it today. If we were teenagers today, I don't even know what we go do. All the movies suck, bro. We were teenagers, what would we go see? Like Harry Potter movies and shit new? Or Star Wars or whatever? I don't know. I don't think we were dating when Lord of the Rings movies were out. No. Not even close. A couple years after that. Maybe we'll try and make a habit of going to see movies or some shit over the summer. Again, like we did a couple years ago. There's like a new Jurassic Park movie that I kind of want to see. But I want a good fantasy movie, man. I want like a fantasy epic, bro. What do I got to do to go see a good fantasy movie? I'm not asking for Lord of the Rings quality, just something like kind of mediocre. Like not trash. Like Game of Thrones quality fantasy movie. Not like Rings of Power fantasy movie or whatever. I want like you know what? I'm lying. I want a Star Wars movie. I'm fucking lying, dude. I just want a Star Wars movie. That's all I want. I want a real Star Wars movie again. I'm so mad that they didn't do well and the TV series did better. And so that's what we're getting now. I want to see the opening scroll, dude. We taking on a John Williams journey. Straight into the land of vintage cinema soundtracks. I like an old school like Spielberg movie or something like that. Watch Andor, Rogue One, and the Star Wars all in a row. Yeah, I want to go to a movie theater though. I did notice that there's some movie theaters are doing like like old school movies now and then, like the Star Wars prequel release, or there's a theater near me that was showing the Lord of the Rings movies. I wish that they did that more often. They had like a vintage movie night at like the big theaters where they'd have like a different movie every week or something. Maybe they do. I'm just not able to see it or whatever in my periphery of not checking ever. All right, I'm gonna go grab some more ice in my water. It's actually getting hot here, so I actually have a need to stay cool, so BRB.
Yeah, we chilling. Make Eldara? Oh yeah. Then I'll have movies to go watch. Yeah, you're right. That's the simple answer, and yet it's the correct one, unfortunately. We did all the Back to the Future movies that way a few years ago. That's cool. I just want, though, man, I want the big screen experience. Right? The home theater experience is like, it's alright. You have a good sound system and like a decent TV, like sure. Comfort of your own home, couch and all that, but there's something about being in the theaters with their sound systems just cranking. That's a special experience that I love. Like watching Star Wars Episode 1 again in theaters last May, like a year and a bit ago. That changed my mind on the cinema. I was like, man, I gotta go to the theaters more, because it was like, I don't remember where it was. I think it was the pod race scene where you could feel it in your seat rumbling. I was like, oh fuck, I forgot what a good sound system does. This is why I miss like going to theaters. It finally clicked for me. Hey, hold on, I'm just responding to something. Sorry, just give me a second. Doing Jurassic Rebirth in Dolby Theater tomorrow? Oh shit, dude. Is that the new one? The one that just came out? Because that's the one I want to go to. Why? I'm not the biggest Jurassic, like, whatever fan, but I had an experience a couple of years ago where Ella and I had one of the best days out that I've ever had, maybe. And okay, I'm comfortable admitting that. And it was a day that we went out and we went to a mall far away that we don't usually go to a theater we'd never been to before. And we went and saw one of the Jurassic World movies. I don't remember which one it is, but whatever. And then we went and got Jurassic World themed like ice cream or whatever at Dairy Queen, and we came home and we hung out and played video games and shit together. And I don't know why, but it was just such a perfect day. Nothing was unique or special or whatever about it, and yet it just like made it this like solidified memory where I'm like, I crave that day of relaxation. You know, no worries, you go and do something fun, you come home, you chill. Like it was just weirdly unintentionally a perfect day. And I kind of want to go do another like movie day like that more often. Gotta farm for those perfect days, right? I think I'm almost good. Almost. Apologize. Whatever, we're chilling. Love days like that, right? Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of works, right? Seleason? I can't say, because like, you know, I the reason that I was thinking about it was because sometimes we put so much pressure on days being good or perfect or whatever. What's up, Thatcher? You know, like days like Christmas or your birthday or whatever, there's like pressure to have like the perfect day, you know? And it's weirdly on days that I find that you just kind of randomly decide to make it a special day and it just kind of works out, that those are the best days that I remember most of the year. Those and travel days. Anytime you're away is a good time. Somewhere interesting, not fucking Edmonton, but or Vegreville or wherever I'm going this year for work. But yeah, man, it's like those just days that just kind of work out. They just kind of hit. You know, you give yourself a little bit of leniency and room to go do something fun and go, I don't know, grab some food and do something cool. Alright. Oops. Those are the best, right? Love the meme you tweeted, by the way. Minnie sent it to me. I saw it when I woke up. The meme of, oh yeah. Okay, I'm glad you approve. Yep. Did I just call Minnie bad at art? You heard it here first, man. Toxic EBA arc Alf beginning. Alright. Sorry, we're good. Toxic EBA arc. Scared my sleeping kitty caused, I laughed. Oh, because I laughed and he didn't realize I was awake yet? Oh, no. Well, that's alright. Yeah, I'm coming for you guys, man. It's gonna be a good summer. Probably get started in a couple of weeks. I said it was gonna be a late summer thing, so we'll see how late we want to go into late summer. We'll see where everybody's at, how busy y'all are later in July and Maybe even through August or September if you need to push it back that far. That's fine too. Remember, no stress, only fun. Only the required amount of stress for it to be effective. Not like the real stress, okay? None of that shit. Theater Near Me recently showed Revenge of the Sith. I found it out too late and missed it. Oh man, yeah. I only saw episode 1 in theaters recently. I didn't see the anniversary Revenge of the Sith thing that they did worldwide. That'd be the one I'd want to see in theaters though. Is Revenge of the Sith. Or I mean, episode 1 is pretty good. I like episode 1 a lot more than other people do. I forgive it for its flaws and I like it for its charms more than the average person. So yeah. Like the best days often come unplanned. There's a point when you start worrying about the days needing to be the absolute best so much that they don't enjoy the day anymore. Yeah, I mean, Christmas is a good example. Christmas is a day that is probably Ella and I's favorite day of the year. Ella, Christmas is hard, so she goes crazy. Like she'll do all the baking, all the decorating, all the whatever. Christmas is a lovely, magical time of the year in my household, being married to Ella Blackwood. But Christmas Day is exhausting. It's exhausting, man. There's so much food you make, and then cooking, and then cleaning, and then whatever, and then you got things to do, and there's expectations of you got to be here at this time and do this and call this person, whatever. There's a lot of that goes on, you know? Or I try not to be one of those bitter people that's like, I don't like my birthday. It's like, shut up, shut the fuck up. But I do admit in recent years I've been a little more soured about my birthday because of all the expectations and obligations. Because I know that around my birthday I have to do I have basically fucking 4 sets of parents between in-laws and my parents and their spouses and whatever, and everybody wants to see me or do a thing or have a dinner or whatever, and it's all lovely. It's great. It's super awesome to be loved. But it is got a marathon through okay, I'm busy this night, busy this night, busy this night, okay, and then I'm doing this thing this day. This person wants to stop by this day. Oh god, you know. And they gotta go out. And again, it's a lovely problem to have, people that love you, but it is one of those things that's just exhausting. And I find that I really like and cherish those days that are just the lazy day, going to see a movie or whatever, take the dog for a walk somewhere new that you haven't been to, go buy some pocket monster cards from Costco, stand in the line for 8 hours against the scalpers and have some, 48-year-old man push you out of the way to get some more boxes of 10-year-old card game cards. That's a good day too. Why so specific, Evan? Shut up, nerd. No, I like the chill days. That or there's one exception to all this, and it's travel. When I'm traveling somewhere, Ella and I haven't been on a real trip since before the pandemic. But we used to go on trips all the time before I just basically decided I want to be a dipshit nobody artist and restart my career at fucking 30. Before that, when I actually had a real job, we'd go on trips probably once or twice a year. It was our thing. Our friends would go out and have fun and drink and buy cars and shit and houses and whatnot. Ella and I would save everything we could to go on another trip. And so those days, though, are different because travel, when you're going somewhere fun, there's a big expectation to have the best time ever. Otherwise, you've wasted all this money. And yet, for some reason, I always find it delivers. It always delivers. Every time. Every time, man, the stakes were high and I'm exhausted, yet that was the best day of my year, So maybe I should try and go to a convention or something next year. No, fuck that. Never mind. I immediately regretted that when I said it. I immediately regretted the idea of going to convention next year. Island is a single convention that could get me out of my house that I'd want to spend money for. If I got paid to go to Gen Con or whatever, if I was doing business stuff there, if I I don't know. I don't think there's a single convention that I'd want to spend all my money at. Never regretted traveling? Yeah, me either. I made a lot of silly decisions early on in my life with regards to travel and shit like that. Ella and I, we got married a little bit later than maybe a lot of our friends who had been dating around the same time. We got married in our mid-20s. But we wanted to get married earlier because we wanted to be married longer than have a bigger wedding, if you know what I mean. We'd want to brag about a longer wedding anniversary than brag about a bigger wedding. But then after that, we just started traveling together, man. We started going places and doing stuff. And it'd be so weird to have friends of ours be like, oh, wow, must be nice. You guys are going on another trip. Wow, didn't realize you were doing so well. Like, huh, must be nice making all that big boy money. And it's like, what do you mean? You make more money than me. You just bought a new car 2 years ago. And I have the same car I've had since I was like in fucking high school or whatever, you know? Elle and I sacrificed a lot to be able to go on trips. And people always thought that we were some like fucking jet setting, like luxury minded young couple. But we just valued travel more than like anyone because yeah, I mean you never regret it, I don't think. I don't think you ever regret going on trips and being places and seeing new things. At some point in time in our life, somebody says that you value experiences more than things, and everyone nods their head and agrees, but I don't think that everyone like really practices that. You say that people like remember experiences more than things, and everyone's like, oh yeah, totally true. Yeah, 100%. Yep, that's the smart way of doing it. But then lo and behold, they want to buy the new season's fashion, or they want to buy a bigger something for more whatever, or whatever it is, man, to keep up. And I always think it's funny, the kind of the hypocrisy and what people, not that people like should be like, who cares if they're being hypocrites to this? It's just they're only being a hypocrite to themselves. But it's like, what do you mean you agree that people value like places or experiences more than things? What the fuck are you doing buying all this shit, man? I don't know about you, but I had friends that bought all kinds of shit when they got their like first like real jobs. Software engineers that like started making 100K for the first time in their life, and they started buying all sorts of crazy shit like fucking hoverboards and Teslas and TVs and stuff. And they're like, man, I wish I had the money to travel. It's like, you do, dumbass. You just choose to spend that on fucking KFC and hoverboards. And if you want to do that, that's totally fine. But it's like they fall into their own trap, Completely agree. Seeing new places across the world is a valuable thing to me, right? Yeah, it changes something inside of you. It changes your perspective, changes your. No, I agree. Travel is like super great. But there's also homebodies, man. There's people that like never want to go anywhere, never want to see anything, and they're perfectly happy the way that they are, and that's totally fair too. I also had a friend growing up when I was in art school, that had never left Alberta or Saskatchewan or BC. So never left their little 3-province or 3-state, if you want to think of it like that, kind of like, little grid. I'm like, damn, bro, don't you want to see the other side of the world? He's like, what do you mean? We got mountains and shit here. You know what? He was happy. He never went on any trips, never did anything. Years later, I like met up with him like just casually through happenstance, and I kind of joked, and I was like, so did you ever go on any trips since then? He's like, nope, still never been out of the province or the provinces. I'm like, bro, you're like 29 or something at the time, right? And hey, he was happy. So usually never go to or want to go to conventions, but recently I got a supreme interest in going to Adepticon. Dude, my interest in becoming a degenerate Warhammer and Quar collector. Well, I mean, I could see that if you're going for a reason like a tournament or whatever. I think conventions that have a specific niche are more interesting to me. The only conventions I've ever wanted to go to were BlizzCons. And I used to go to BlizzCons every year, and I'd meet up with my friends that I played the games with and whatnot every single fucking year for like a good 6 or 8 years. And I don't regret those. Those were awesome. But now conventions are more just like general nerddom or whatever. So I don't know. I'm not into the whole like Comic-Con or whatever experience. And I love the people that are, because I see them at like the conventions I go work at. The people who it's like they live and breathe going to the new con to see all their friends that they go to the cons that are in like their area or whatever. And I could see that if you have a group of friends like that, I could see myself going to conventions. But like a lot of people are like, oh shit, like this celebrity is gonna be at this convention. I'm gonna go get my whatever, my belly button fucking tongue signed or whatever. And that kind of stuff never appealed to me. So yeah, I don't know. It would take a lot for me to want to go to a convention. The general like nerd cons, I think I'm probably out. Yeah. So it's something like a Warhammer convention. I've never heard of Adepticon, but sounds rad. It's like a convention that you go into a thing for a reason. It's why of the conventions that I go to in the year for work, GameCon is the best one because it's so focused, right? Remember experiences because of things sometimes, depending on what it is. Having things helps you remember the experience, depending on what it is. Sure, yeah, I mean, souvenirs or whatever, or whatever, things like that. Or like, yeah, if you buy the new TV and now you like, you know, watch movies with your fucking wife every day, like that's totally fine too. But a lot of the things that people like buy, you know, like I had a friend who complained about, I remember we were playing Mythic Plus together and he complained about not having the money to travel. Because Ella and I were going to Japan, and he was like, God, must be nice. And it's literally this thing where he was like, must be nice, like, glad you're doing so well, but like, oh God, I'm so jealous. And I remember thinking like, bro, I know how much you make, and you make a lot more than me. And I was like, bro, you just bought a new car. He's like, well, I needed a new car. Like my old one was having some problems. I'm like, you could have got a repair for it. He's like, yeah, but then it's like an older car. And like, I want to like, you know, I don't want like a 5-year-old car, dude. Like, come on. And that just wasn't obvious to him to have a car that like worked. He wanted a new car that like, you know, fit in or whatever. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. What's your car payment a month? It's something ungodly, like $800 a month or whatever for just the like car. And it's like, dude, if you didn't have to pay that for 10 months, you'd have $8,000. To go on a trip anywhere you wanted, you know? And then he also had recently been excited about a watch that he bought for like a couple $1,000s. And it's like, those kind of things, you know, sure, like maybe like obviously things are meaningful, but like if you choose to buy something like that, don't be surprised that, you know, where did my money go? Oh, right, it's right here and in my garage and whatever, you know? I go to cons for the experiences. I love meeting people and seeing things that bring everyone joy and buying, marveling at art. I wish I could travel abroad and cons, but I don't make quite that much. Yeah, well, I totally get that. Like, I'm not saying that conventions are like dumb or whatever. I get why some people like going to like nerd cons. It just something happened with me because I used to love nerd cons when I was young, and the nerd con experience, unless I'm going to see friends or whatever, just kind of dissolved for me a little bit, I think. Tank, what's up, dude? I saw an IG story for character requests, and you know what I'm gonna say. Tank, what character, if you could make a request to me, what character would you have me draw, my friend? What character would the MMA champion of all of Canada, chosen by the gods, Torben fucking Wolf, well, you know, let's not evoke spoilers or whatever. What character? Ooh, what character would you have me draw, my friend? Taylor? Oh man, crazy. Who would have guessed? Whoa, spoilers, Tank. Holy spoilers for Taylor. Oh my god, what are you doing, man? No, dude, I am Taylor's on my list, bro. I was actually talking to Kevin and Anastasia and Vixen at GameCon, and they were saying that they were excited for me to do my Taylor piece, because the Tank piece I did was more of a formal, you know, portrait as opposed to just the quick portrait I was doing for everybody. And I told them that I had plans to do Taylor and then do the whole party once I kind of like calmed down from work. But the problem is, Tank, and you have to take this up with Quincy. Quincy hired me to basically monopolize my entire summer for his book. So my time right now, I'm having to try and fit stuff in. Like, ooh, I got a lot of stuff I wanted to do. I wanted to do Taylor before GameCon, so I apologize for that. But damn it, Quincy, offering me the biggest project of my career. God damn it. Oh well. Oh well. No, Taylor's on the list. He's actually the project I had in mind for next Friday, for the next instance of Fan Art Friday. Because once again, you can blame Quincy for this. Quincy gave me the idea of doing a roomie from K-pop Demon Hunters for this Friday's Fan Art Friday. And Taylor is going to be next Friday. So I was actually going to send you a message next week asking for some little details about him, because I know we talked about it a little bit, but I wasn't sure if a lot of that was solidified or not. So, God, man. God, all the projects I want to do. Okay, it's quickly monopolizing your time. Yeah, it's been fun. I've been doing these like No, I don't have it. I've been doing all these character designs for him, but I'm doing a lot of work for it, and it's really fun. It's like right now we're still just doing base character designs for everything, but I get to do a whole bunch of like actual laggy. I get to do a whole bunch of like actual like cool. Like here's like one of the more final designs for like the actual in-game young Quincy, and like his brother has like a bunch of designs and stuff. So it's been fun. It's a big project though. It's like I am willingly giving him my summer on a platter. He gets to own my my entire summer as far as I'm concerned for work. So yeah, Derek, man, thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, seriously, Tank. You and everybody have been so amazingly supportive and like encouraging and stuff, and it really makes a difference, bro. The positivity and the reinforcement by, you know, the encouragement is really stacking up in me. I feel like I can stand a little taller, you know, like I got something to prove now. So, if you don't mind, I would love to draw Taylor next Friday, if that's okay. If that's all right with you, my brother, if that's fine. Character made an appearance on in one of the D&D sessions around the convention. You were Tank the Toll Man collecting dock fees. Oh yeah, that's funny, man. Did you use the art that I had for Tank? For Torben? Yeah, that's hilarious, bro. A large man with a beard and a hammer, neither of which suggests you should skimp on the docking fee. Yeah, you're funny. You're hilarious. Uh-huh. Yeah, the War of the Realms hiatus almost killed me, bro. I needed my War of the Realms, man. Yeah, we're gone for too long. Yo, what's up, Kitty? How's it going? Good to see ya. Kitty, it's been a minute. How are you, my friend? What's up? That's the last name comes from? Does it actually? Did we just get some lore in here? Holy, man. Holy, dude. I didn't know that. But I do know that my every time I tried just to make a post about Tank for the Torben piece, it tried to autocorrect to 2 L's every single time. I was like, damn it, phone. Cut this shit out, bro. Cut this shit out. Busy AF it goes. I forgot the summer just flies by. Stoked for Gen Con doing Eldar event. How are things? They're good. Kitty, we just started our July fitness event we do every year. So if you want to join the walking challenge, the journey across Eldara, we are going to the city of Monar. Where is it? Where's our summer fitness challenge? There it is. We're going to the city of Monar. We start in the land of Duran, and we're going to Monar, Jewel of the West. So if you're interested in participating in this year's Summer Fitness Challenge, Kitty, July 1st, the time has happened. And look, people are already posting where they've been. Look, dude, Sleepy's posting fucking vistas in Jamaica. Cows doing walks in where the fuck cows from? Fucking Czechoslovakia, Denmark lands or whatever. Samurais posting castles. Dude, the Dragon's Claim's getting out there. All you have to do is walk 100, 200, or 300 kilometers in July, and you get a little badge. Yep. If you want in, Kitty. No, it's good. We just started that, so that's the guild news right now. So not too late for it. I may have to join. Yeah, I'm gonna make little badges again this year for everybody. Print off little cards. So we're not doing like a training fitness challenge because nobody wanted a gym challenge. My gym challenge is like pretty intense for this month. Excuse me. But the walking challenge is the general guild one. So yeah, dude. Oh, I forgot to post my picture from yesterday. Shit. I forgore, and I'm the one running the challenge. I'm not posting my daily walk challenge pictures. Damn it. I'm a failure to everyone. I've let down the good people of the Dragon's Claim. Hold on. We gotta post it. Where is it? Where is it? Neep. My first walk, like hike of the year. Now it does help that I live in like very close to the mountains, in the Canadian wilderness. Yuna will not be walking 300 km with me this year. Keck W. Look at her, man. Look at a little pause going. She was serious, bro. As soon as we hit a trail or whatever, she's ready, man. She's ready to go sniff the whole world, see all the things. So, all right. Hell yeah. Okay. All right. We got to finish our art of adorable fox girls that people want to play in D&D so that I can draw real characters like Taylor and Rumi from K-pop Demon Hunters. Actual characters, all right? Listen. I think I'm gonna do a whole party piece for War of the Realms. I still have that planned. It's gonna be difficult to try and get everybody in there, but I need to harass the group and ask them if they give me updates on character design things and differences. Because I know the party's changed quite a bit since I did the art, or since the reference for their art. So, gotta look for a bit. Be back later. Happy drawing. Thanks, Brooklyn. Good luck with whatever you're doing today. Thanks for chilling, bro. I'm too American, don't understand kilometers. Guess I'm out. Oh, man. I think Brooklyn said it was 63 or 67 miles for 100 kilometers. I consistently will get it wrong every single time. But it's about 67 miles, I think, or 65, 63, somewhere in there for 100 kilometers. So 3 of those. 3 of those. Fox another way? Okay. Okay, listen. Don't encourage them, okay? Don't... Ooh. Ooh. Don't encourage them. They'll ask for more attractive characters that I'll get in shit for. It's all Brooklyn's fault. 62. Yes, thank you. Okay. Yep. I'm going to get that wrong next time as well. Zelia, it's not the last time somebody's going to have to tell me that. It's not the first time someone has told me that, and damn it, I'm not smart enough to remember it, so. It's gonna be a good summer, man. Facts, all the Fox girls. Okay. Fox girl supremacy. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm still telling the internet in the video it's a cat girl just for memes, so in case you're wondering where the toxic video meme is gonna be, it's gonna be there. The one character Evan drew for me was a Kitsune. You're one character. One character? What do you mean one? But yeah, DJ was indeed a Kitsune. And to be honest, DJ was one of my more liked pieces from the last couple of years. So people like your character design. He was a half orc. Yeah, I gotta do a update of him, man. It's been a long time. I gotta do updates to my old commissions for people that have stuck around. Just gotta find time for that kind of stuff. You know, I'll do a portrait of him or something. Our boy. She's a very serious Sky Knight, so I need to keep her looking very serious. Very contemplative, watchful, wary of the villains of the Shattered Sea. Wrath Isn't Forever would be my main love. I can't help but hold space for first D&D characters. Of course, right? Adepticon is a wargaming and miniature convention where you can play in tournaments, buy miniatures, and test all the new miniatures games. It's also a place where the Golden Demon competition is held. Ooh, cool. I will say that the 40k players at GameCon were having a good time. If you ever wanted to activate around let's just say around 70 to 150 nerds to scream something, the only other time I've seen that was at BlizzCon, but apparently if a 40k tournament, if you yell WOG loud enough, oh boy, they love that shit. They will WOG right there along with you. Ella even bought her first 40k model at GameCon. She bought a Storm Surge. There you go. She bought her very first 40k at GameCon, so for the WOG, yeah, see, there you go. Yeah. The nerds know, man. The nerds know. They like what they like, and they don't want to have anything else other than that. They want the WOG. And I don't blame them, all right? I don't blame them. It's a good time. Now, will I be wogging with them? No, I play Grey Knights. No, I don't. I just paint them. Who plays 40k, bro? Who has time for a 14-hour match against your friends Eldar? Certainly not me. I'm a gentleman miniature gamer. The only mini game I play is Warcraft 3. Okay, I don't want to make him too mad, so... Log, yeah, okay. See, Samurai gets it. Their entire, backstory entirely in 40k orc speak for my D&D character, who was an orc barbarian. Damn. I bought a couple of models at. I got this really cool one. You want to see this cool con exclusive one I got? Check this shit out. This is the con exclusive mini I got. All right, here, check it. Is called A Commissar's Duty. Look at that. Look at him. Look at how cool he is. It's apparently based off a piece of art of a commissar, like shooting someone in the back of the head or whatever. I don't know where the piece of art's from, but it's cool. It was like $50. But I thought I should get something to commemorate the convention. My first, like, really successful con. I got a couple little things for myself. I got a Flesh and Blood box. I got this guy. Made in the UK. That's why it's so expensive. So I'm being charged in pounds. Sorry, pound sterlings. My bad. Sorry, I mean the King's pound sterling. My bad. Small parts, sharp points. Achtung, Kleintel, Spitz Enden. Alright, anyway. It's a good time. Thank God Byline didn't have to hear that. Yep. Don't even play orcs, I play salamanders. Or SOB. Wait, what's their SOB? Sons of Boromir? Soldiers of the Black Keep? What's SOB? I'm too dumb, sorry, Zilla. Orc is just 80% lower class Southern Eastern English slang. Sisters of Battle. Oh, okay. Yeah. I bought a couple of sisters. I got like a Palatine, and I got a Magifier, and I got a Saint Celestine that I'm gonna paint. It's gonna be a good time. I got a bunch of Sisters of Battle. Yeah, you play Flesh and Blood? I don't really play all that much, Kitty. I like the game. I like to collect it, and I play occasionally with Ella. But, like, they tried to get me to sign up for their fucking tournament series in there for, like, going, like, driving into Calgary to go to, like, game stores for tournaments. I don't know. I don't really want to play a card game seriously anymore. Like, ever. But, yeah, I did buy a box of the new fucking, what's it called? High Seas. There we go. I did buy a box of High Seas that Ella and I had fun opening, so that was cool. Second of the day, 10K done. I'm proud of you, Guapo. Atta boy, man. You're getting fit. You're getting healthy. You're gonna be eating all them Spanish healthy foods. I don't know what you eat in Spain to be healthy, but you know, it's probably anything. You're gonna be fucking ripped, Giga Chad. El Guapo, am I right? The fucking change your nickname from Mapache Guapo to Mapache Papi. Oh, or sorry. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you DM Minnie that I'm right, please? Don't worry about the context. Yep. Of course, Alf is right. He has... wait, how much of a bit badge do you have in my chat, Alf? How many bit badge do you have? Alexandrite, right? Yeah. Of course, Alf is right. He has an Alexandrite crumb in my chat. Don't be disrespectful to my chatters, please. Okay, done. Not to leak the DMs or whatever. There you go. There you go. Of course, Alpha's right. He has an Alexander come in my chat. Don't be disrespectful to my chatters, please. Yeah. Oh, I should have said VIPs. Damn it. Damn it. And then when Minnie messaged me back complaining, I'm gonna say, please don't message me. I'm busy streaming right now. Oh, I'm gonna be such a piece of shit. My first castle for the fitness challenge today, Stafford Castle. It's only a level 1 castle I hope to level up during the month. We saw it. It looks great, Samurai, by the way. We heavily enjoyed seeing castles on day 1, so now, Alf, did I just tank my well, I wouldn't be so presumptuous as to call Minnie and I friends, but did I just tank my my relationship, my professional peerage with Minnie? Is she getting mad at me now, and all hopes of being Minnie's friend is out the window, gone? She just said, "Huh? What is it? Please tell me the context now that I know. Please inform me." Cause I got your back, bro. I just want to know how much damage I just did. Minnie, please don't message me during, or please don't interrupt, or please don't, yeah, please don't message me like this while I'm streaming. It's so distracting. OMG. OMH, though. I don't know what that means, but I typed it.
What's she gonna be mad about now? You're gonna tell Alpha? What the fuck? I asked you to increase your prices. Oh, you could have just said that, and I would listen. Minnie and I are going to have a long chat about her professionalism as an artist, and increasing her fucking prices is going to be part of that chat. And it's not going to be a mean chat. It's not going to be slinging and guilting and whatever. But it's going to be a chat. Okay? An intervening of sorts.
Oh, Evan.
You know?
Evan,
yes, that's me.
Can you
Hello.
send me the race
I'm Evan.
stats for Okari in DMs? I want to introduce it to my players for them to use. Also gonna make an NPC in my world for it.
I will happily send you those stats. 100% Azalea. The second that they're finalized, they are all yours. You got it. That's fucking sick. Let's go, man. I gotta change things to be ready for 2024 D&D editions, whatever, book things. So I currently made stuff for 2014, or yeah. So I gotta make some adjustments first, but yeah, for sure. I got you. I got you. We're gonna do the thing. Get all the fox folk in our D&D games. Dog refuses to come inside. Much sun pup. Time to walk further, kitty. Time to go for longer walk. Because I just recently got Yuna a dog backpack, by the way. So I can take her on longer hikes and stuff. I have officially bought my dog a dog backpack. Because Ella wanted to be able to carry her. The problem is, I'm fine carrying Yuna. I usually put her on my shoulders when she's tired and done walking for the day. But Ella wanted to carry her, so she wanted to get a dog backpack, so we now have a obnoxiously large dog backpack for her. Even though she's not obnoxiously large herself, it's still a larger endeavor. So you got your cat a stroller? That's hilarious. That's hilarious, bro. Dude, those are so popular in Japan. Like dog and cat cart strollers. It's like a thing, man. The amount of like elderly women in Japan wheeling away around their little like poodle cross, like their little poodle shih tzu cross or whatever, that you'll see in parks. It's serious, dude. There's like a whole like mafia of them.
The only real differences between 2014 and 2024 races is stats are tied to background, and if they have innate spells. They get to pick INT, WIS, or CHA for them when the character is made.
Yeah, and so the thing is, I need to make like backgrounds then, I guess, for Eldara, right? Instead of just having the races, I need to like make different backgrounds like in addition to the races, I think. That's the thing that I think was like tripping me up as far as like the workload to do. So I have to like disconnect some things or whatever. But thanks for the bits, bro. I appreciate it. What's up, Sabine? Hello. How's it going? How you doing? Backgrounds also come with the first level feat. Oh, right. There's that too. Yep. They're getting all kinds of overpowered. And you know what? We'll let them. Fuck it. Let them have their day in the sun with their overpowered level 1 feats. I don't care. I'll just play 3.5 anyway. The superior D&D.
Gotta do a little braid in there, man. Okay, time for ears. The best part about drawing Rokari. Casper's adventure so bad, so having a stroller is a good compromise. That's hilarious. You get a cat leash though, right? Doesn't that work? They just slip out of that shit. Sorry, first level in D&D is now pretty much the same power level starting at 3rd level in the past. Oh, really?
You don't have to create backgrounds. They have access to the normal ones. But if you want to, that's dope.
Yeah.
Otherwise, a lot of DMs, myself included, just go if a background has everything else you want, I will allow you to change the stats to fit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, does Wizards expressly say that that's a thing you can do? Or is that like kind of a home, like a modern DM sort of like accepted kind of homebrew type thing? Because that's like becoming more rare, hey? There's a lot more DMs out there that are kind of stuck in the, if it isn't in the book, it does not exist. They go a little bit more Jocasta new on it. There you go. That's the way of wording it. They have a little more of a Jocasta new way of doing things. Oh yeah, prequel reference. God, now my day's better. They just wrapped the tenacity into character creation at the outset, or the tendency. Yeah. Okay. Are we happy with this change? Because I'm still undecided, man.
IT is a thing that is allowed.
You know?
It was even allowed IC 2014 rules as well. IT's under custom backgrounds, just and Beyond isn't coded for it with the new backgrounds.
Oh,
so
really?
you have to manually do it.
Okay. God, I feel like we're making the process so complicated when it's supposed to be easier, hey? If only we all had D&D Beyond to... Oh shit, wait. Yeah. Well, alright. I'm also... Oh, well. I won't start drama, but I'm also worried about D&D's, like, tools, futures, let's just say. I'm concerned about some things going forward for Dungeons and or Dragons. Hope they figure their way out through some little problems and stuff. I believe in the power of Jonathan Haidt, former World of Warcraft franchise something or another. What the fuck he did there? I believe. I have confidence, alright? You know, I was talking about, like, system agnostic versions of Eldara with a lot of people at the convention. So, I don't know how enthusiast the GameCon crowd was, but there was a lot of people that played either Pathfinder or Daggerheart. Lot of people, man. I really do want to try Daggerheart. I want to see if it's the kind of system I'd like or not. Based on everything I've heard people talk about Daggerheart, it seems like the kind of system I won't like. But I have faith in, like, the team, so I'm willing to give it a shot. They've earned that much from me that I will give them a faithful, honest shot with a system that's more narrative. I just gotta figure out the main, like, differences and then see if it's the kind of thing I can run for my group. My players, my homies. Wait, I don't have a group. No one wants to play D&D with me right now. Ah, fuck. Forgot. Ashley said, fine, I'll play D&D with you, Evan, but I'm not playing your stupid made-up fucking Imagination Dragon setting. I'm not playing with your stupid rules. We're playing 4th edition, nerd. And then she blew smoke in my face and put her cigarette out of my forehead, and then drove off on her Harley. It was traumatic. It was an experience. But here we are, man. Okay. God, I'm going through my water so fast today, man. Shit, I need more. BRB. We must stay hydrated today as the weather heats up. Give me a sec. Alright, we Gucci. We chillin'. We chillin'. I think the Sky Knights would build well as a fighter archetype. I think so, yeah. I did a background for them back in the old days. It's somewhere in the Discord right now. That was a while ago, man. Your Thursday game end, or do you just mean you're not DMing? I'm not DMing on Thursday, that's all. Yeah. I agreed to do a short little campaign this year with Ashy and them. It's a lot of fun. But I am not DMing it, though. So, first time in a while I've played a character like this that I'm playing and not running a game for, so... Yeah, it's fun, man. Ashy and the whole crowd are real fun to chill with. They make me feel like I'm part of the friend group. And Vixie barely tolerates my trolling. No, it's fun, man. What kind of fighters are they? Do they ride, mounts, or fly, or whatever? What's their style? Yeah, so the Sky Knights, they ride these, like, kind of wyvern-like creatures. They're paired, like, bonded to a wyvern, typically for the entire duration of their, like, knightly career. They have shield and sword, or sorry, shield and spear. That's their, like, general favored weaponry. And they are unbelievably good combatants. Maybe one of the only sort of like orders of or groups of like individual knights that could maybe kind of contend with the Astral Knights. The Astari and the Eldarian Knights are both very well respected, but the Eldarian Knights are a little bit different in their, you know, their whole goal and mission and whatnot, a little more confined to the Shattered Sea. But they are very, very good at what they do. There's a similarity in stories and legends from the Sky Knights and the Astral Knights, where a lot of them end with something along the lines of, and they killed everyone. Pirates took over a village. 5 knights went to take down 3 ships, and they killed everyone. The Alabaster Consortium contracted mercenaries to go attack a bunch of trade guilds. And the knights killed everyone. Yeah. Background eventually lets them ride wyvern mounts. It does. The knights should really start at like level 5 or 6. Like playing an Eldarian Sky Knight at level 1 doesn't really make sense, but you know, you have to write the rules in for people to play at any kind of level, so it's one of those compromises that narratively you'd never find a level 1 Sky Knight, but for D&D, I'll write the rules in there for non-narrative versions of the game. You know what I mean? Here for the D&D game, having first session tomorrow. The story and world I have planned for this campaign I consider to be my magnum opus. Ooh, everything led up until this point. All right, Carter, I wish you luck. Hope you have the best time with your players, yo. It sounds fun. Damn, bro. Imagine like Fire Emblem Wyvern Riders now. I have so many ideas. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I'm not familiar, but yeah, Wyvern Riders. I think they all have a similar vibe, you know? Proficient Draconic Knights or whatever. Work best as NPCs? They do. They work best as NPCs. So do the Astral Knights, though. You know? Love the ear cuff? Well, you know, we had to base it off of the Izzy version. So we had to have the ear cuff in there. Do a thing like level 1 to 4 or as a squire, then 5 you earn your full-fledged knighthood. The issue with that narratively is that Sky Knights don't operate like that as adventurers. So your 1 to 4 as a squire would be you working for the order, doing order things around the order, accompanying other knights. You wouldn't be out in a party adventuring. The only time that you would have a knight like out in the like out as an adventurer, it would be something like the Sky Knight Order is interested in this thing being resolved, so they sent a knight. Right? They wouldn't send like a squire, so that's why narratively it doesn't work for them. You can do whatever you want in your own D&D game and make it work. Like, people will make it work how they want. But in Eldara, that's like the canonical sort of like way that they would be player characters. It'd be a challenge. It'd be a challenge. They come in and kill everyone, then the party continues with whatever the mission was. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. That's the way it goes. Yep. Yeah. Went with my mom to a doctor yesterday to explain insurance stuff since her English isn't the best. Suddenly, my own annual got pushed 2 weeks ahead of schedule, and I'm getting blood drawn. As we speak, Sabine, don't faint. Don't faint. Drink your orange juice, eat your cookie. I don't know what you do when you get your blood drawn. I don't fucking know. You just fall over. That's what you do. You fall over like a man. Grit your teeth and you just faint. Please tell me you actually wrote in such a matter-of-fact manner. Lily saying, and they killed everyone. That's amazing and very reminiscent of how a lot of indigenous stories go. Yep. That's how. So the main story of the Sky Knights that is like written down was basically them. There's two. There's one where more or less the Alabaster Consortium and a group of like pirates and, you know, evil trade guilds, they tried to overthrow the Senate and basically just take control of the entire Shattered Sea in kind of like a trade cartel, you know, mafioso kind of way. And they thought that they could overpower the Sky Knights because they like hired mercenaries and like everyone kind of banded together, like all the villains. And they had like the Sky Knight order is only maintains an order of like almost 1,000 members or so, like around there. It's not a big order at all. And they had like tens of thousands of you know, fighters, mercenaries, whatever, across hundreds of ships as they went to assault the Sky Knight fortress, keep, whatever. To which the Wyverns just had like they were just playing fucking, you know, hunt the ship, rip the sails out with the ships and the airships. And a lot of Sky Knights did die during that kind of battle, but it solidified this like kind of idea once and for all that like it doesn't really matter how big the Senate is, they will never be able to unify against the Sky Knights, which puts them in a kind of a different precarious position, because it's like, well then who are these what do these Sky Knights want? Their whole thing basically is they want to stay the fuck out of matters. But if you do stuff that they consider to be not in the best interest of the people of the Shattered Sea, the people who are the legacy of the Aldarians, then they come out to rip shit up. But they don't get like they let the Shattered Sea kind of like leave to its own devices. As long as things don't go too evil, then they don't you know, mess around with them. But the other big story was there was a, and this is somewhere on the World Anvil. Basically, there was a corrupt senator that like sold off his island as like slaves, more or less. He basically sold his island and he sold the rights to the lives of everyone on the island. And that's something that you obviously can't do. But you had this new, like, this deal was about to go through with these pirates, and they were going to make this, like, they were going to legitimize themselves as a merchant guild of pirates, more or less, and have, like, official status within the Grand Crest Senate, and all this, like, nonsense. And so the Sky Knights are like, you're not allowed to sell your island like that, so fuck off. To which the senator was like, well, it's my island, screw you, what are you going to do about it? Like, shut up, I get to sell this thing, like the rules say. And so the Sky Knights went to the Senate. They sent about 8 of them to the Senate, to which 4 of them just stood outside and minded the Wyverns. And 4 of them walked through every layer of senatorial security all the way up the building, past every Senate guard, which there was like dozens upon dozens of Senate guards that just, they saw the Sky Knights coming and they're like, you know what? Whoever those guys, the Sky Knights, are here to get, I don't get paid enough to stand in between them. And you know what? They probably deserve it anyway. In fact, guaranteed they deserve it. So all the Senate guards just kind of like, you know, oh, hey, man, that's crazy. Oh, wait, what's that over there? The Sky Knights went up, killed everyone except for the senator, which they dragged out kicking and screaming. Like, chained him by his foot to the bottom of one of their wyverns and then flew away and tried him under whatever trials they see fit, and no one ever saw him again. So that story ends with, and they killed everyone as well. Very matter of fact indeed. And I use that literal, like, phrasing for it too, so I'm glad you approve of that, Salesian. Like, actually. Makes sense. My brain went to think kind of thing like the idea of Knights of Solamnia are, where like until a certain level you're a squire or a knight aspirant, but when you hit a certain level you earn full knighthood and pick one of the orders to join. Yeah, no, the way that like progression works is basically like, so you spend a lot of time training, you join the Sky Knights for whatever reason, and they let you squire and help out with their knightly order and whatever, and you know they start training you, and you can stay a squire and basically put your time in service to the Sky Knights and to the Shadowed Sea like that, and stay as a squire or basically a member in service of the order. But if you want to try and become a knight and you want to sort of become like an aspirant type person within the order, you can definitely do that, and then you start training more seriously, but you have like heavier expectations on you. Yo, Forgotten Safari, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it, welcome in. And at that point, knights that sort of like are capable and proficient enough are given the opportunity to go select, bond with, and find their kind of wyvern companion. The mountain, it's in the mountain range just north of the Shadowed Sea, so very close to Lair Esteron, if you remember the Shadowed Sea map. But anyway, at that point in time, when you've like been chosen by a wyvern, more or less, either an older wyvern or like a very young wyvern, at that point in time, depending on the age of your wyvern, you might grow with your wyvern. They grow pretty fast, but you might be like, you might select or be selected by a wyvern that's like very small and not like rideable, and you have to like now raise this thing up basically as well as your nightly training. So some Sky Knights don't even like mount their wyvern for, you know, the first 10 years of their knighthood or whatever. But it's very much order centric. They don't really like go out and do stuff until they're like kind of ready. Ella played a character also named Alicia. Her current character is named Alicia, but she had a character we played in a little one shot that she named Alicia, so just weird naming thing there. But anyway, her Sky Knight that she created, basically her character, the reason why she was adventuring and not a Sky Knight anymore, but had the Sky Knight background, was because she was a knight for a little while, but the wyvern that she that like selected her was pretty old. And so the wyvern that selected her was actually a wyvern that had previously had his former knight companion die in battle. And none of the wyverns were selecting her character, so she would have to return to the order empty-handed. But this wyvern like basically chose her and served as her companion for a few years, but then became too old to actually like be in combat. And so rather than Ella's character selecting a different companion, because she was young enough she'd be given the opportunity to select another wyvern companion, she basically said, nope, that was my guy, I'm out of the order. And so she had the Sky Knight background and carried a lot of the like kind of the RP stuff that came with it, but she wasn't officially a Sky Knight anymore. So she had her cloak on because she got to keep that, but she didn't have her like her weaponry or anything like that. No, she had her cloak and weaponry, but she didn't have her armor. So she had her shield and she had her spear and she had her cloak, and so people would recognize her as a Sky Knight, and they would treat her with that kind of like respect of like, she didn't pay for inns, she had a lot of drinks, you know, made for her or paid for her, she had a lot of her like supplies covered. People are generally extremely favorable to the Sky Knights in the Shadowed Sea because the Sky Knights are kind of the only ones looking out for the average person, right? Obviously they don't police the like the banditry and the little things like that, but you know that if there's ever some like really threatening thing that happens, some really dangerous force that were to threaten the people of the Shadowed Sea, you know the Sky Knights are there and not under their watch, basically. So what's up, nobody? We're chilling, dude. It's good to see you. Welcome in. So, and this is, by the way, if you're not sure what we're talking about, these are what the Sky Knights look like. So imagine them, but like wearing or riding cool ass like dope wyverns. So and they're like their lore goes back into the kind of the ancient history of the Shadowed Sea, more or less. They are TLDR, when the Shadowed Sea got destroyed, the military at the time was on campaign, and when they came back, they were kind of the greatest fighting force in all of, they were the Rome of their time. They were the greatest military force in all of the Telerian, you know, whatever. And so when they came back, the mages had more or less destroyed their homeland. Everyone was fucking dead. They'd blown up the entire thing. That's why it's called the Shadowed Sea. because it was like a broken now cloudscape. So they all came back broken hearted. They're like, what the fuck do we do? So most of this of the knights, or sorry, most of the soldiers in this army were basically released. The people in charge of it were like, hey, I guess we don't have a country that we serve anymore. I guess we don't have a nation. You do what you want, bro. Like, fucking, I don't care. And so a lot of them left and became mercenaries, like very well-known mercenaries, kind of like that Mandalorian style thing, like kind of mercenaries for hire, bounty hunters, whatever, like elite fighting force of people you could hire. But that phased out over time and they died off and whatever. But a group of them, the loyalists, basically, they were referred to, not that the others were traitors, but they were just referred to as loyalists. The ones that stayed, there was one of the like high-ranking like military figures that said, nope, this is our land and we will continue to protect it. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know who's going to be in charge or whatever, or if our nation's coming back. But after a while, they basically said, whoever lives in this land, this is our charge to protect. So they still refer to this area, the Shattered Sea, as Aldaria. They still speak the ancient Aldarian language. They still refer to themselves as Aldarians, even if you're not native to the Shattered Sea, but you live there, you are now an Aldarian because you serve Aldaria. You've basically like been accepted. So they still kind of serve as the protectors and guardians of this place. So that's how their order. They became knights then. They stopped being a military, an army, or whatever, and they became knights of they became knights of, how did I word it? Knights without a lord or whatever it was. Knights of the realm or something. But anyway, so yeah, so they're like this like elite fighting force that Eldaria is a dead language. Wait, no, it's no. You can speak ancient Eldarian. Like some people can, but the form of like of old Eldarian, like ancient Eldarian, is something that not many people know how to speak, but you can take old Eldarian. So like one of the things about the runes in the End of the Horizon adventure is that they're written in Eldarian, and you're like, but they didn't have sages. That's like kind of the dun, 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 whatever. Anyway, so yeah, that's their whole deal. Can that picture too? Yeah, I think it's somewhere in Discord, but I can repost it in Discord if you want. Yeah, sure. Put it back in the sketchbook. It's been posted in Discord a couple times if you dig it far enough, but that sounds annoying. So let me just refresh it in there. EBA sketchbook. Why is it so small? There you go. All right, there it is. There they are. They're one of the cards too, actually. One of the promo cards are the Sky Knights. So, but yeah, that's why it's a little difficult for them to be player characters, because again, they have a pretty like specific fantasy or specific like story. So you kind of need to, if you want to play a like obviously you do whatever you want in your D&D games, but if you want to play a Sky Knight, it's a little bit like you have to kind of figure out like what you're doing and like what level you are. So starting as a level 1 Sky Knight's a bit weird. I would say like my advice, if you want to play a Sky Knight in your D&D game, just play one and just don't worry about it. Don't worry about your level. Just LARP basically as if you're a more accomplished combatant than you actually are, and that you're not actually struggling with level 1 bandits or whatever. You know what I mean? You go full Tolkien and design the Eldarian language? No, probably not. I don't think that that's worth my time, to be honest. I would love to be able to spend time designing languages, but I don't think that it's an efficient use of my time, unfortunately. I'd love to, though. My days are not even half baked is cool. They're usually way dumber. Oh, you haven't even heard the dumbest of it, though, so... Come on, this is the world with the Relistian Feathered Goblin Monkey, so... Does Zephram speak and read Eldarian? He does. I'm pretty sure he does. I'm 99% sure he does, but I realized maybe I never wrote that. But Zephram's like your Daniel Jackson, so yeah, he's the one that tells you what it says and is all, oh my god, look at this thing. Wish Final Fantasy 14 Dragons or Dragoons were a bit more like that. I love the spear using Dragoon riding kind of vibe, but kind of dislike the sort of restriction Dragoons kind of have. Really, this guy. What's the restriction the Dragoons have? I'm not as familiar with Dragoon lore for 14. All I know is when I was playing my Dragoon through Heaven's Ward on my Lalafell, I had a good time, Solution. I had people translating for him. Oh, okay. I mean, sure, yeah. If you have people that can speak Eldarian, like that, then sure, go for it. They want to be the person there that like that's their part of their value in the group is that they speak Eldarian or whatever. And you want to make it like a dead language that like no one can speak this, but your character can because they're the special sauce. Like, go for it, right? You know. Really playing a mage that goes around to train with all of the grill pit masters to become the first Shawarmamancer. All right. It's like Latin is a dead language, but you can still learn and speak it. Sure, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. I thought that the term dead language wasn't a language that just isn't spoken that much, but I thought that the term dead language was a language that you couldn't speak. Like no one knew what it, like there's some like Mesopotamian languages and stuff like that or like how like what was it hieroglyphs or Coptic Egyptian that people couldn't speak until the Rosetta Stone, and people were just like, I don't know what this means. I thought that was what the technical definition of a dead language was that it had to be something that no one knew how to speak it, not just that it wasn't used anymore. Because I intended to be more like the Latin example here, but when Atari said dead language, I thought that was a specific classification that I might have been getting wrong. So, technically, a language doesn't have a population that speaks it. Okay, then it is a dead language. Then I guess, yeah. Some pre-generated characters read it, but I thought no one spoke it. That will change now. Fair enough. I mean, if you like the way that works in the game too, like go for it. What I'd probably do is like the thing I said earlier about the Knights of Solaminia. At least in my world. Actually, a lot of lore just gave me perk for my game. There was a cataclysm cause of mages. The knights failed. So what I'll do is say these guys are like a faction who split off, which is similar, yeah. The original orders after the cataclysm, and for the wyverns, the world has dragon eel, which are their version of wyverns, and they are elite cavalry soldiers. They bond such right with them. That's cool. I like that. That's great. Yeah. I'm gonna change the word wyvern at some point in time, though. Let me just like preface that's a placeholder because people get butthurt and stuck on the idea of what a wyvern is, and D&D players are not creative or imaginative enough to let that go. Like when you hear like when fucking Yu-Gi-Oh says wyvern and they like show you a Karibo, you just kind of shrug and go with it. But D&D players can't do that, so it's like, but it has legs, like, you know.
Now everyone speaks Sorb.
Yeah, Moose gets it, man. There you go. He understands. Thanks for 100 bits, Moose. I appreciate it. What's up, dude? Good to see you, man. They'll change it as they speak it. Latin is dead. It doesn't change anymore. Oh, okay. Fair enough. That's okay. Then yeah, then Eldarian's like that. 100%. Yes. There isn't a language that's based off of Eldarian that's still spoken, though. Like, there's similar languages or whatever that are similar to Latin or share certain phrases or whatever. I don't know how close Italian is to Latin or whatever, but I don't fucking know, man. I don't live in Italy. What do I look like, Plucci? But yeah, something along those lines. The Order does have another like fringe faction of like basically crazed assassin mage hunters that live in the desert, but we don't need to go into them. They're a little heavy. They get dark, man. They got some fucking lore in there. You don't want to know too much about them. If you know too much about them, they'll skin you and then make their scrolls from your flesh or whatever, of dried parchment. They're just a little into their rituals and shit, you know. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. They've made destroying the Eldarian lineage of magic users their religion. And they're kind of into it, if you ask me, so. They're a little too heavy. I forgot an ear. Okay, let's go do that. That's gonna be funny in the process video. Someone's gonna be screaming at their computer, "What about the other ear?" Like the video of the girl that's just getting more and more distraught because the guy keeps putting like various objects into the square hole. It's exactly the same vibe people will have with this video. And I'm not, you know, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. 14, as I recall, basically only the Warrior of Light and Einsteinium are proper Dragoons. Everyone else is technically a Lancer, so it's a very limited title, and then nearly all the armor is really spiked. Oh, so they're just Lancers of some variety that jump around. So, wait, okay, because I didn't think the Dragoons had any sort of, like, dragon riding things going on with them. I thought they were just, like dragon-y boy knights. Do you have to have, like, a fucking dragon eye that you eat for breakfast every day? Is that why Einsteinium and my fucking little... Wait, who if Einsteinium had the dragon, the evil dragon that he was using, who's the Warrior of Light's like dragon power source? Like who is my battery? Wait, what? Your flavor text for Dragoons can feel really box specific fantasy. I see, okay. Interesting. I learn more about Final Fantasy XIV lore every day. My house! Shit, I still haven't checked my house. Oh god, I gotta do that today. Ella, we're checking our houses today. You know what? I'm writing this down. I keep forgetting. And we're gonna lose our fucking houses. Hold up. Got my notepad. My trusty notepad. Here we go. I've written in big bold letters that I won't be able to miss. There it is, man. Oof. I don't want to lose my house, bro. It's certainly not the guild hall. Can you imagine if we lost our guild hall? Think about how sad... wait, no one plays Final Fantasy XIV with me anymore. Shit. Think about how sad I would be. Maybe I should join a real Final Fantasy XIV guild and try and make some friends. Guys, how do you make friends? I don't know how to make friends anymore. I've lost the ability to make friends. I don't know how you're supposed to do it. Like, I need a video game to play with people. Force ourselves together to play a video game every week that we don't want to play for a raid we don't want to do, and then eventually maybe we'll become friends. Okay, there we go. We got our ear in there. They're drawing cat girls online. Think you get a lot of friends. I don't want those friends though. Those aren't friends. Those are FBI fucking watch list people. Okay, bro. Come on now. Ascending in the Warrior Light, you use the eyes for the same dragon. It's a whole thing in the plot. The eyes react to your character, but Ascending steals it. Dude, I apparently missed the entire fucking story of Heaven's Ward then. It was a while ago, and I was just trying to get through it. I think fucking Einsteinium shows up, and I'm like, who's this asshole? Alright, whatever. As soon as Hoshifant died, I decided I was checked the fuck out. I never smiled again as the Warrior of Light. I never smiled and meant it. Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough out there. Thanks for my run-in tomorrow morning. All right, Guapo, proud of you. Proud of you, big boy. Get after it. Get fucking thick, man. Make sure your protein intake's being good. Get that resistance training on there, bro. I want to see it, man. I want to see your greatness at the end of this month. So good luck, bro. Good Doesn't the warrior light also have Hasfalgar's blessing as well? It's one of the dragons we had as a minion. Yeah, but isn't that his blessing that he won't fucking kill you when you go do dragon stuff? I don't remember what you actually got quantifiably out of that, so. Yeah. No, I don't remember shit, bro. Final Fantasy XIV is a good game, and I love it, but I don't remember a lot about the specific story beats. I'm really looking forward to Shadowbringers to hopefully maybe build that connection everybody has with it, where they all love and adore it. The way I want to love and adore it. We're the Rukari from Ontaria. If Kitty's gonna force me to come up with them as a playable race, the Rukari are from like loosely like somewhere in this area. Yeah. Right. Well. Okay, hold on. We should be fair. But not here. They're not from here, and they're not from here. Yeah, they're like from like here-ish. Yeah, narrows it down. Yeah. Well, so actually, unironically, the Rukari don't really have a homeland. They are nomads and travelers. And they don't really have like they have some like larger cities in south of Novalia. So south of the whole Novalian stuff on that map, that's like where their home base is right now. But their kind of lore is that they can be kind of found everywhere. They're not really from anywhere. They don't have any like kind of like lordly kingdoms or empires or whatever. They can say like, we've been here for 1,000 years. They just kind of pop up everywhere. Your history is a little bit more, I don't know, not quite as well defined as like the Elvari or the Geminos or anything like that. They didn't really have a strong desire to have like one specific homeland, so they've always been like, there's like the Rokari of Novalia, the Rokari of Ashasari, there's like the Rokari of Stonemark. They consider themselves sort of like wanderers. They'll set up a burrow sort of like den somewhere, and then there's kind of it's like a family cultural tradition thing for them to like leave their burrow, travel far, and make a new burrow somewhere. So they don't live in large communities typically. Some of them do, and some of them say, fuck that tradition, I want to live like close to my friends and family, whatever. But a lot of them, the idea of like leaving, that's why the Azure Burrows at the inn, that's a young couple taking on that sort of like that goal, that burden, that fucking responsibility for their family to go live somewhere else in a burrow somewhere across the world. So they're not like, they don't have like a specific homeland or anything. Sketch looking good. I want to play a cute fox girl now. All right, listen. There's not even a horn on this character, Brooklyn. Are you sure? Are you sure you're not just getting caught up in the moment? Dragoons are Ishgard's elite dragon slayer knights. The Azure Dragoon specifically draw power from the Azure Dragoon draws power from Dragon Eye. Right. I knew that the Azure Dragoon, like as a title, was like the dragoon that had the thing, but I didn't realize that like the dragoon in general was like a fucking thing, I guess. Make the nomads that travel from place to place? Kind of, yeah. The job quest we have as the Warrior Light is the soul of the Ishgardian dragon. Which is a title. That's why we're a dragoon, not a lancer. Like everyone outside of Ishgard. I see. In the Heavensward quest job chain, we also earn the right to be called a dragon in Ishgard. Oh, I don't remember that at all. I played through that. I don't remember shit about it. Cool. Fuck yeah. I don't remember anything to do with that nonsense. I don't only play tieflings, I just play them more than anything else. Okay, I'm sorry. Look, fair. Fair. Okay. Not showing her, like, ring hair braid thingy, but people will know it's there. People will know. The lore enthusiasts will know. And I'll know. Besides that, no one will know. It's fine. Ah, wait. There we go. Oh, man, I'm slipping. I'm slipping, dog. My, making mistakes, erasing the wrong thing, using the wrong layer. I'm slipping. I'm losing it, man. Losing my touch. Maybe I make too much art every day. All right. I don't know what kind of armor, like, if they'd have like a gorget or whatever around their neck. I don't think so. I think they just have their plate, so it's probably fine. I should branch out and play a human or something? You should, right? Come on. Select default human female from the character selection screen. See what it's like for once. You'll feel so uninteresting. Did you say your Tav? What? No, wait. Whose Tav was a human and they only played tieflings? I forget. I forget, man. Sometimes the conversations blur in my brain a little bit. That's why I ask to be spoken to in crayon sometimes. The Rukari, as secretive and sly, able to blend into civilization and be right at home. They are friendly but reserved, and they have learned to hide their true feelings. Well, the Rukari are very much sort of like the Geminos, in that they are very easily accepted into other cultures, societies. So they've done a very good job. Whereas the Geminos do it as more like grand diplomats, the Rukari tend to do it more as just kind of like innocent little merchants, and you know, it's quaint and nice to have the Rukari around, versus the Geminos are like, I'm here to help you and to aid in your endeavors. Rukari are very good at just kind of blending in a little bit, not attracting too much attention. They don't ever like have like crazy ambitions of leadership and whatever. They're not like scheming to overthrow whatever. They're kind of just like just kind of cozy, man. They just want to live in their burrows and just like eat good bread. They're sort of like, you could think of them kind of like imagine them as like Eldara's hobbits. They're definitely cozy core. They want to have like a nice garden with like an apple tree and like potatoes. And they want to like bake pies. That's why I make a lot of them a little more round in the cheeks and a little more like sort of jolly, hardy kind of look. They're a little bit shorter in stature. Rukari only ever get up to about like 5'5" at the tallest for men, and maybe like 5'0" for the tallest for women. Just funny to see a Rukari as like on average. To be a Sky Knight, you'd have to be a little more physically impressive, so I'd venture that a Rukari Sky Knight like this character would have to be a bit taller, a little more imposing, but on average, they're pretty short in stature. Yeah. Well, the part about them leaving their burrow to start a new one, very adventure-like. Yeah, it's like a thing, you know. Cultural survival mechanism where they never like sort of gather in one place and one place only. You're supposed to venture forth and find a new place for a burrow and start your family there, and then one day your kids will grow up and they'll leave the burrow and they'll move very far away. until you decide that you want to go basically like for a lot of the families though, they'll live as like a core family unit, and the parents or whatever will like come with the kids, or the kids will like start off, they'll get married, they'll start their own burrow somewhere off on some distant land, and the parents will sort of like, you know, finish their business, whatever they got to do, say their goodbyes over a couple of years, and then they'll like move, you know, they'll fill in the burrow, sell their things, and then move across the world to go live with their kids. That's kind of what's happened with the Azure burrows. So only one set of parents lives with them. But they just like moved with them because they were going somewhere completely new, like Horizon. So like just background lore, the reason why the Azure burrows is an inn is because they wanted to build a big enough burrow to have all their family move in with them, but they needed a reason to build a big burrow, so they made it as an inn. And then at some point in time, they'll have their family move in with them or whatever and close the inn or make another burrow somewhere else or whatever, you know? It's like the Khajiit, where they are just apparently everywhere and everyone knows at least one merchant. Yeah, I guess. That's the Elder Scrolls cat people, right? The really low-res dude from Morrowind, or sorry, Oblivion. Something like that. Twitch chat saying is saying way better than me. The Ishgard Dragoons are more known for killing dragons than riding them or using dragon powers, basically. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Fair enough. Fill in the burrows are great. Racial term they understand, but others can't quite get the meaning of. yeah, it's true. Yeah, you fill in the burrow and you go off an adventure to see what kind of life your kids have built for you. So there's a lot of pressure for kids when they get married and they want to go off and start their own family to make a burrow worthy of their family coming to join them with, because sometimes it'll be multiple generations that come to join them with successful burrows. So, but they also don't want for much. So, you know, a comfortable place to live and a warm fireplace and you know, good food is like kind of all they need. They kind of like culturally, the Rokari, they also like don't value, and they kind of like in some ways like what's the right word of devaluing. They don't like expensive things. You know what I mean? They don't like currency. That's one of the reasons why the Azure burrows, they don't charge very much, because they're not used to dealing with currency and money. They prefer to like join a community and then trade them like goods from their farm or their garden for like the things that they need. So they're merchants, but they're great merchants, but they're more traders than they are sort of like the traditional sense of merchants. So there are some Rokari merchants that are very, very good at trading, but they'll prefer being traders more than merchants, as it were. Preferential to them. They don't like to display wealth either, so they don't typically wear a lot of like jewelry or anything. They have like for instance, the Rokari like marriage ritual involves creating a new wedding band every single year, right, for them. So they'll weave a new wedding band every year. It's like a renewal type thing. They don't want to wear like valuable things and whatever. They don't typically like having material wealth, so they're happy to trade it away for something useful to them. You have coin, could you have wares? Is that a thing from the game, really? Okay. Racer about them could end up with one of them parents throwing the last shovelful of dirt on the old doorway. Yeah, I mean they get dusted and disappear when their burrow's filled in. Luna, thanks to follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. They peace out, man. But yeah, they're very hobbit core. So a lot of gardening, a lot of like I gotta ask my boy Quincy for some cozy recipe ideas for the Rokarians, yo. Yeah, they're cool. I like the Rokari. Look, I'm not gonna want to. I don't look. All right, I don't want to sound arrogant. Like, oh, Eldara is gonna be this big successful thing or whatever. But let me tell you, the Rokari cosplayers at EldaraCon every year are gonna go hard. They're gonna be so Hobbitcore. Oh my god, just you fucking wait. They're gonna take the place over. They're gonna have little flower crowns and shit, and you know, picnic baskets and whatever, pouches with herbs and spices and trinkets and bits. Oh yeah, man. Not to imply that Eldara is ever gonna be big enough that anyone's ever gonna want to cosplay anything from Eldara in a serious way, but I kind of have to believe that one day, you know? Like I said, the first time somebody puts a serious effort... I've been saying this since Fox threatened to cosplay things for Eldara. The first person to put a serious Realms of Eldara cosplay or effort in, I'm going to have to do something special for. And Fox was like, oh, that's going to be me. I'm going to cosplay as some cool character. Bro, you don't even cosplay as your own character, homegirl. Yeah, I'm gonna shit talk Fox while she's not here. You tell her I did that shit too. Rokari be small size race? No, it's still medium. I think they still fit into medium. I don't know what small. I think small is like pretty tiny. Imagine a Rokari family on the outskirts of town. Haven't popped by for a while. A random villager goes to check on them. Finds the burrow buried and a sign saying we moved. Thank you for having us. Actually, though, right? Yeah. More or less, you know? Yeah, 100%. Right? Like they'll like make a bunch of baking for people and give them their blankets away and things like that. And if you really paid attention to the signs, you might see that they were like up and moving soon. Or like, you know, dad's building a cart so they can take their things with them or whatever. Because they do travel with their stuff. They'll get our cart together, a little caravan, and they'll like travel somewhere, you know, with all their stuff. Doors are 4 to 5 feet. They're small. Oh, I thought small was like 3 feet or lower. Then yeah, they are considered small probably. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Then they are considered small. So, but yeah, and then they just like go like look at the garden's still like perfectly planted and like, you know, really well maintained. The orchard is like, I don't know, in bloom or something for the year or something. I don't know, man. And then the little signs there that's just like, you know, we enjoyed our stay or whatever. Yeah, so like the Rokari and the Nyathar, they have, I don't want to spoil the story or anything, but the Rokari and the Nyathar have a cultural sense of being nomads. The Rokari have been here longer than the Nyathar, but basically the place that the Rokari and Nyathar both came from, they escaped some bad shit. So the Geminos as well, but the Geminos just like established, the Geminos were more of an established like imperial line, so they wanted to come to Teleria to reestablish their kind of like their imperial line. They wanted to rebuild their palaces, rebuild the grandeur of their civilization, whereas the Rokari and the Nyathar kind of just like, they're just here to get away from the bad to survive, man. You know, they're not, the Nyathar rebuilt more and like have their own kind of like cities back, and they're, you know, kind of recovering. The Rokari never really did. They never really wanted to. The Rokari are very few in number. There's not a ton of them in the world. They're not like a huge population. So, they are more rare because of that. But they're good neighbors. That's like one of their like tenets as a Rokari. Like one of their sayings, like a good Rokari is a good neighbor. You can write that shit down. That's their motto. That's the motto that any like, you can imagine like a Rokari grandfather raising his kids, constantly reminding them that a good Rokari is a good neighbor. They're definitely not the villains of the story, man. Now, a Sky Knight Rokari. Oh man, what would drive her to taking on such an adventurous and dangerous lifestyle as that? Being a Sky Knight. If there was a Rokari spellcaster, her entire vibe would basically be Zoe from League of Legends. You don't know what I'm talking about? Don't fucking worry about it. If you know, you know. Do they have any ancient enmities with the wolf people or the dog people, or dare I say the Nyathar? No, I mean like any references to the dog folk that Fishy was. I don't know. I'm thinking about kind of decanonizing them, or at the very least, they're just so rare that it's just not even worth talking about the story. Because like Eldara and Teleria specifically need to be wide enough that you can kind of put whatever you want and feel like there's room for it. So sure, never mind. There's like probably like dog folk out there like Fishy, but making like a main character like Runa a mainline sort of like entry into the fucking Eldara franchise, I think is a mistake, because then people think like, oh my god, where's the like civilization of dog folks? It's like, you met her. Yep, you met her. She's right there. No, I mean the whole civilization of her like village. Yeah, the village is there, you know? Team can just leave them somewhere in a corner until you need them. Yeah, it's just the problem is right now, since I don't have a lot of the Eldara is not very big, so whenever I like whenever I do a portrait of a character that's a different race or class or whatever, it's like it feels almost like as substantial as everything else. But it's hard to like say like, no, most people in the world are either humans or Elvari or Rith. Most like the humans are the main kind of population of the world, which if you're paying attention to the way that the Realms of Eldara lore slowly molds together, that might indicate something to the history of Teleria. But we're not going to worry about that right now. We're not going to worry about that. We're just going to move on, okay? No spoilers. No spoilers for the new players, okay? Okay. That's what I thought. Mm-hmm. Look at Beatrix Potterfox. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that, man? Recurring search out the Aarakocra and steal their eggs. Okay. Ugh, you're gonna canonize Aarakocra? Ugh, god, okay. Well, it's your Eldara, man. You do what you want in your world. Ugh. I just got a bad taste in my mouth. The thought of fucking having to draw Eldar and Aarakocra. Could you imagine drawing an Aarakocra? Oh my god. What if someone wanted to eat something even more salacious? A Kenku. Ugh. I just shivered at the thought. Ugh. Bird people. I actually drew an Aarakocra recently for the War of the Realms thing. It was really fun. I enjoyed it. I never draw Aarakocra, bro. Semi-tragic backstory incoming. Her family is attacked while traveling to a new burrow. Izzy, always from the Sky Knights, always protected or fight for the common folk. So she approached them and was like, teach me, pestered them for weeks until finally the night told her to prove she has what it takes. That's a good reason. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. It's a good reason for a Rokari to join an order of fucking sacred ancient knights that protect the Shattered Sea. Right? With her little process and has eventually over time earned her place and the rank she is now so she can protect and help the people. I like that. That's nice, man. That's good. I'm a fan. The Lady Knight Protector of whatever her family name is. Rokari are also people where the family name is more important than their given name. So they'll go proudly. So the way Rokari, actually it's interesting. This dumb nerd language stuff. So the Rokari will refer to themselves and refer to each other, typically in the presence of others, as their family name and family title. they, along with a couple other cultures within Teleria, also refer to people based on a family title. So a Rokari will often maybe make an assumption or ask you what your age is to figure out what the connection is there. So they'll refer to you as little brother, elder sister, honored grandmother, aunt, you know, whatever, right? So they do that with like then their family names. So they'll be like, yeah, I'm like Rensteel, and they'll be like, oh, okay, cool, nice to meet you, Rensteel. And they're like, and this is my wife, Rensteel. They're like, oh, okay, nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Rensteel. Okay, cool. And then they'll be like, yes, and my father has moved to town. This is grandfather Rensteel. And they're like, what? Okay, you know. So the family title and then family name is more important to them than their given name outside of the borough, and they use it often with people so okay, this is dumb nerd shit. So that's a tradition that they learned or adapted or just in conjunction with the Mithara. So the Mithara refer to everyone as little brother or little sister. They do. And it's this whole thing, but then they refer to each other as by like family titles. So the Rokari do that, but in a less arcane way, a less of a mystical, weird way. Not that it's ever going to come up in your official canonical playthrough of Eldara. Don't worry about it. Okay. Bro, this one's taking me a while. Holy dog. This was a grind. I think I'm working a little bit slower today though. That or I need to continue to increase the price of this shit. God damn it. Then I'll continue to expand the scope of it. Never mind, that's a bad idea. Until I'm eventually just doing commissions. Fuck. It would be so funny though. Until I just start doing my regular commissions through coffee, because I'm like, oh, I just don't want to do just a portrait. I want to do a bust. Oh, I don't want to do this. I want to do this. Oh, I don't want to like do a quick sketch. I want to do a more involved thing. Oh, I don't want to do a 4-hour portrait. I want to do like a 15-hour like half body portrait. Evan, you okay there, bud? Guys, I think I have a problem. I think I have a problem in limiting scope when it comes to sketches. Price of a commission without the revision process. Like, actually though, right, Sabine? Yeah. It's the price of a full commission, but fuck you, you don't get revisions. That would be in line with like what Steve Sketches wanted me to do. He's like, tell them they get one revision of one detail. Fuck him. I'm like, oh, geez, okay, I'm sorry, dude. No. Yeah. Imagining a very fit 5'4", 5'5" female Rokari Sky Knight calling a Goliath or some super tall race who's a little year or like a year younger than her little one or little brother or little sister. Yeah. Like actually. They might, if they're really close in age, they might just refer to them as brother or sister, right? Affectionately. But if they are older or younger, then they will sometimes, like if it's enough to be like if there's like a 3 or 4 year gap, they might recall them older or younger. But if it's like if they're like basically on par, they like within a year or so, they might. It's different per Rokari, but they absolutely sometimes some of them only like they get really pedantic down to the day or the hour. They're like, when were you born? In this year. What season? The spring. When in the spring? Late spring? Okay, you're my older brother, right? Or whatever, you know? They might do some shit like that. We seem to be going quickly, but there was an extra water break. I think we distracted you. Yeah. Well, I am trying to be a little bit more lean on the hatching and death grip, whatever, for my hand, because my arms bother me more. That's why I'm wearing my compression sleeve more. So I think maybe I'm also trying to just like favor it a little bit. But I just never want to rush to the end, you know? That's something I've done in a couple of pieces like long ago, where I like kind of rushed to the end on a couple of like portraits and stuff for my own work. And it's the kind of thing where it's like, okay, yeah, you can get away with this for your own stuff, Evan, but never on a commission. And then I found myself on a couple pieces like last year when I was doing some like sketch practice for request sketches for Fridays, not portraits, but like items and stuff, like rushing the end because I wanted to like finish it and get to the next project because I didn't want to like do like one project that day. I was like, God, this feels bad. So I know I have a tendency to do that I have to like always be conscious of. When I feel a bit fatigued by a project, I have to be very conscious to like stop what you're doing for a second, take a breath, take your time. Don't make the hatching too messy. Obviously, though, like as you go further down, you want the hatching to be a little more scribbly, so it looks like it's kind of fading into the whole like piece. But you don't want scribble to ever like scribbly and stylized to ever look messy. You know what I mean? It's which is an easy mistake to make, I think, for me. The tendency that I could fall into if I don't let myself, or if I don't guard against it. Is he's 5'4" outside of Eldara? Yeah, you'd be tall for Okari, but that's fine, yeah. You know? That'd be alright. A giant towering above your, you know, little fucking 3'9" mother or whatever, I don't know. I think they average around 4 something. Like 4 foot, 4'9", 4'10". 5'1" maybe. It's probably reasonable anyway. The armor's gonna be very fine and very, you know, filigreed and etched and whatever. So I wanted to have a sense of nobility to it. But like old tradition. For whomever these Sky Knights served back in their time. The people of the ancient Eldarians. Except for the filthy mages. They can burn in their arcane tomb. It's even funnier when I imagine like a 4'10", 5'0" fox girl. We're doing that now. Eldara Izzy is now 4'11", tiny but fierce. Yeah. That's like, what is it, like Mandari height or what? Damn. Is that like Galaxy Goldfish?
Visitors,
around there?
How exciting.
You know? Yo, oh shit, Catchy Cantrips. What's up, guys? Good to see you. Hello, friends. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. How you guys doing? What y'all get up to on stream today? What kind of nonsense were y'all doing? Yo, if you guys aren't following Catchy Cantrips, go over there, drop a follow. It's a good time all the time. I'm a fan. Go say hi, man. Say what's up. Ask what y'all were doing today. Welcome, everybody. If y'all are new here, my name's Evan, and I do a bunch of D&D nonsense for my own D&D world. Today, we're doing character request sketches, or at least one of them. So, we're doing a Rokari Sky Knight for the amazing Azalea Fox. It's a canon-friendly, built with intent and design Eldara character. Tails are rolling in. What's up, guys? Good to see you, Whiskey. Good to see you always. Good to see you guys. Dimensional door is opened and a small round creature begins rolling in. It's a Tato takeover. I like that, dude. I like that. What's up, David? We were drawing a wild horse dog thing and a plant octopus. Chat's ideas are rocking today. That's pretty good, actually. I don't mind that. That's some like impossible creatures shit. That reminds me of like the best parts of Avatar. Dude, monster design is so tough sometimes, you know? To make it feel like it evolved on its own, but has some sort of like some sort of like logical sense of why it's there, but also be like fantastical. I don't know, man. It's a difficult challenge. Not like the ease of drawing fox girls for your D&D campaign, I guess. Yeah, well, we're trying our best today, so. Okay, we're actually doing pretty well in this portrait. We're getting there, you know? I think I'm just gonna smash these sketches. Ooh. Smash these sketches together, actually, now that I'm at this point. Alright, they've been collided. Whatever we have on our delete sketch is now part of the actual art. Whether I regret it later or not is yet to be seen, so. I'm 5'4" also. My grandmother was like 4'10", so it's very relatable. Really? Damn, it's a legion. I don't know. 4'10"? You got a real cardy grandmother there. Alright. I don't think they carry any like pendants or medallions or whatever, even on the Sky Knight side of things, so I don't think we want to put any of that. The only like ornamentation they have is like a lot of the women have this braid and hair ring. It's like goes back to like Eldarian days. It's why like the fancy hair braids are like a thing culturally to them. And so you might have a character that joins their order, like kind of adopts that a little bit. Sort of in the way that like Alicia and Eve do.
Oh, Evan.
You know? Yes.
Evan,
hello. That's
is there
me.
like a badge or a mark of rank she would have, Von?
I don't have anything like that just yet for the Sky Knights. I'm thinking about treating them like a paladin order, where it's something they wear around their tabard, you know, but they don't really have a tabard in the same way, you know, so I don't know. I haven't thought about like ranking insignia for them. I was thinking about crests on their helmet on that front piece there. There's an idea to change like the wings on their helmet to like be a different kind of like rank, but I think with the idea of the knights is like they all have the same silhouette, so I wouldn't want to change that. Yeah, I don't know just quite yet what their distinguishing rank insignias look like, but we'll figure it out at some point in time, I think. Thanks on the bits, Azalea. I appreciate it. We explain them, I imagine maybe some trinkets or something in their braids. Yeah, it could be, actually. That's not a bad idea. That's cool. Herring of Doom? Yeah, you think so? I don't know about Doom, man. They're just Sky Knights, bro. They're not there to evoke any doom. Yeah, what the hell, man? Okay. See, this is the kind of thing where if I knew I was doing color, I wouldn't do this like kind of reflection in the metal. But since we're not doing it in color, I can add it. We were talking at the beginning of the stream about me doing some of these in color, so I might select a couple of the ones that I like that I think would look good in color and don't have a lot of like metallic kind of like reflections and stuff built into them yet. And I might do a couple in color just to see if it's something I'm willing to kind of offer as a silly upgrade thing for people that want these sketches. Won't be anything I'm doing like right away, but I know that the color sketches do a lot better in the video form, and there's just a part of me that wants these to be better videos as well. So it's like, do I offer that thing? It'd be a lot of work, but it might be worth it to learn. It'd have to be a lot faster than my current sort of like coloring style for techniques that I use for the like hatch style sketches. Because right now it takes an age, a mythical age to paint in, since before the land of the Balrogs of Gondolin fell, before the kings of the 9 men of ring-bearing origins took their vaunted prize, and the elder days before the fall. That's the timeline we're looking at here. It'd be sick if more superior combat-oriented knights braid in a leather strip with metal spikes, and when idiotic enough to try and grab their fancy braid gets stabbed. That's funny. Yeah, like the idea of the kind of like, so the braid is like kind of like or like the fancy braids and fancy hairstyles. started originally as like a Novalian thing. So like Novalian noble ladies braid their hair extensively. That's why Alicia and Eve have like dumber Star Wars braids, looking like they're from fucking Naboo or some shit, because it's culturally part of their thing to do, right? Alicia, I don't know why that's a small version of it. Like for instance, Alicia and Eve, Ella's characters. Alicia is of that kind of noble descent. That's why she has that braid in. But Eve is not actually from any kind of a family of note. So Eve has her braids in. She does the dumb Star Wars braid too, simply because Alicia has it, and she's like trying to take after her knight master, as it were. So that's why she started doing her hair like that. Like Eve, like old art of Eve and Ella, or Eve and Alicia, would have Eve with very like short, kind of like I don't know, kind of punchy, cropped, kind of more youthful ponytail type thing, as like a younger squire. But as she grew into Alicia's squire, she like, you know, started doing some of the similar cultural similarities, not because she's trying to be a Novalian, but because she's trying to be her master's squire, and kind of like a very like Eve doesn't show affection that well, but she shows her endearment to Alicia in subtle ways. Eagle-eyed knight would be, or knight trainees would be able to see that. So I don't know if the braids are a thing that's like traditional to the Eldarians, if it's like an old world type thing that's like from beyond the Eldarian, the split of when the humans sort of made their different imperial powers across the world. I don't know. Might be a thing. What the fuck? What the fuck? Hold up. Like Space Marines, when their armor is fairly uniform, but a specific crest or emblem is different or color depending on the rank or years of service. Yeah, she gets little metal spikes stapled into her forehead for every week she's in service. What the fuck? I guess I said week. Monka, Monka, Alright, never mind. Yeah, I need to do some like I really want to draw like Alicia's parents, and her mom's gonna be like fucking Queen Amidala herself with her stupid hair, accessories and shit like that. It's like a whole thing, man. They love that shit over there. It shows off how rich and noble they are, that they have time to do hilarious things with their hair. What was this? Turn into one of our mini scratches. Dings, dents, nicks, scars. Knights are kind of hardcore, man. They don't mess around. Okay. Now, what are we going to do for our fill layers? I think we'll do a light fill layer for her hair. And then a darker one for her armor, or her fur on her armor, sorry. There we go. That's what we want, man. There we go. Now let's take a happy little tree. I mean, scratch. Yeah, there you go. That's the right mindset. Bean's got it. One of the first things I ever heard when I went to art school, my first ever drawing teacher, which drawing is like a traditional skill, the traditional skill of drawing. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. But the traditional skill of drawing, my first drawing instructor, she said, if any of you ever say the word happy accident in my class, I am failing you on that project. I'm not even kidding. Don't test me. Don't test me. Don't test me. Don't test me. And we were like, oh shit. She was hardcore, man. She was a fucking hard ass. But I had like that kind of like pestery little brothery type relationship with her, where I'd constantly just be pushing her buttons and annoying her. But she liked me. We were homies. When I like moved into like my actual program and I never like had her as an instructor again, I'd like have lunch with her and shit. You know, she'd be down like the cafe or whatever, just with her fucking resting death stare. I'd be like, yo, what's up? You want to eat lunch together? She's like, no. I'm like, yeah, all right. How was your week? She's like, ugh. It was fine. How was yours? I guess that was like some generational trauma from her. Some fucking art peepos saying that they made a happy little accident. I get it though. When you like teach people or whatever, and you hear a lot of the same stories and a lot of the same excuses and shit, it probably gets grating. Streaming and hearing people tell me why they can't practice their fundamentals, I totally get it. Right? You just hear the same excuses popping up over and over and over again. You're like, I sense a pattern. And my tolerance for hearing that pattern is officially shot. So I get it. I understand her now. Her and her surly, gruff exterior as an art instructor. Whispering about how little brush lives right there when you paint. Yeah. No, none of that. There is no joy in painting, Atari. The joy of painting is for the casuals who will never have their name remembered. The joy of painting? Joy of painting is a great way to say you're a hobbyist that'll never amount to anything. That you'll never have your art of the Virgin Mary hung in the Vatican on fresco. That you'll never have portraiture of the kings and queens of Europe hanging on the walls of Versailles. Or some shit, I don't know, man. Don't fucking ask me. Do I seem like a real artist? Do I seem like a real fucking artist? Bro, you need to change your standards then. The pottery teacher from Community, if I see any of you recreating the scene from Ghosts on Mac fail, yeah, actually, though, right? During our first figure drawing session, I remember she was like, you're all adults and you will stare at your figure model the entire time. If I see any of you drawing while trying to avert your gaze because you're embarrassed, you're failing this entire class. And we're like, oh my god, okay, look at the naked dude on the fucking pedestal. Got it. Okay. Oh my god, jeez. Usually you get kind of, gradually dipped into the deep end when it comes to drawing naked dudes at school, but nope, not in her class, man. Which was so weird because her husband also was an art instructor, and he was the chillest, most hilarious, like outgoing, like friend buddy guy to every student. Like, are you sure you should be teaching a class, man? Kind of guy. You're like, wait, you married the Ice Queen? They were cool, man. They were great instructors. I liked them quite a bit. They were icy instructors that never cracked the surface, and there were others that you got to know later on. Joy painting should be called 101 Things You Can Do with a Fan Brush. Ooh, yeah. No dry brushing for you. Picture the meme with those two professors. Someone will die of fun. Yeah. There'll be no fun in this art school. Thank you. No giggles, no silliness. Nope. When you realize how much you paid to be there and the thought of failure was like actually pretty scary. Any ideations of enjoying oneself in art school. At least the program I was in was gone. My program was so serious, dude. Everyone was like uptight all the time. I got it though. Like some of our instructors in that program were like serious, like graphic designers and illustrators and shit. Like big guns in the industry. And they're trying to make the program as prestigious as possible, so they're basically being as hard as they could on everyone, which was good. I don't think it was a bad thing. I just think that some of the strictness was overblown. Some of the strictness was them just like LARPing as like art directors at a big fancy, you know, multi-million-dollar studio. But I'd rather them be too strict than a lot of the really soft art education that you get nowadays that people don't learn anything. Which is why I'm nervous that I'm not gonna be a good mentor, because I'm kind of gonna expect a lot from my little art peepos this summer. You know, I'm obviously not gonna push them more further than they want to be pushed, but I think a lot of like YouTube art is like school is about telling people, like, you know, pat on the head, kiss on the top of your head. It's okay, little art people, you're doing just fine. The problem is, my opinion is always like, no, you're not doing just fine. You're fucking lazy. You play too much League of Legends. You eat like shit, and that's why your art fucking sucks. Now get in there and practice your fundamentals. All right. I don't want to hear your fucking excuses. Do you want to be an artist or not? Which isn't a popular message on the internet these days. Really training 2 or 3, so not too many. Yeah. Can draw without staring, bruh. She sounds so judgmental. Yeah, well, I think it was just the idea of these people trying to draw but not wanting to, like, they're too embarrassed to like look at the nude figure, because we saw that a lot, Salesian. We saw a ton of that. People like drawing stuff, like just trying not to look at the naked person in the room the whole time. Like, I didn't get what she meant about that until I watched new first years doing it again when I wasn't in the class and I was just like observing the class, because like I was just talking with a friend of mine who was like TAing the class, and I saw these little art peepos just like trying their best to like not look at the naked person in the front of the room. And I kind of got it, man. I got it at that point. I said, aha, I see what you mean. But still, they were hard AF. They didn't mess around, dude. They didn't mess around. Ooh, you know what I can do here? I can try something here to make this faster. Excellent. God, I'm so good at this game. Yeah, a lot of the art structures I had were really hard asses, but like I said, I'm glad for it, I guess. The worst thing you can do with an artist is take a lazy artist that doesn't know how to do the kind of work they need to put into their work and tell them they're doing just fine the way they are. You'll destroy that artist's career forever. You'll let them suffer through their own mediocrity. You guys think you're a 7.5? Really? I do agree that the what's the word for things on top? The fancy word for things on top? Maybe it's on the outside, the anterior in the back. Well, maybe the anterior E or B bulb could have been more formed. I could see that. There could have been more of a separation in the B. I think that honestly the depth of the B's base is pretty good. The L, I'm kind of moving into this separation of the L. Like, I don't mind that. I know a lot of people want the L like fully in one kind of shape, but I kind of like the separation where it sort of stays away from itself a little bit. I definitely agree there could have been more scribble at the end to indicate the A and the R, I think, in there. And maybe the I dot could have been over further, but I think a 7.5 is fair. A little, Yeah. Maybe like an 8. 7.5 is fair though. No, 7.5 is fair. Yeah, good rating. 7.5 is correct. Look at the E. The E. So yeah, that's why I'm debating, because if the roof of the E was straighter with more of a satisfying point, I would say you guys are crazy. You'd be crazy to rate this anything less than like an 8, right? If we had a sharper dome on the E, definitely. But at least I didn't at least the radius or the ratio of like top to bottom E, like I didn't do this shit that I sometimes do. So, oh God, it could have been worse, you know? Could have been worse, but good, yeah, good signature overall. All right, there she is. There she is. Grade it and put it in a slab. I actually have slabs. Okay. I mean, we could. All right, there she is. There is the homegirl right there in all of her glory. Cool. Well, I will do my last minute revision little thingy wings on her later, and we shall see. But yeah, thanks for the request, Azalea. Appreciate it. I'm not going to save it until I'm ready to deliver, though, because I made the mistake of doing that last time. I don't need to save multiple copies. It's fine. I can just, like, refer back to the file, I guess. So, oh, that was a good one. Lover said to me on Discord when she's done. I'll send it to you on Coffee, in DMs on Coffee, so that Coffee has basically a receipt for it. But I'll send it to you on Discord as well, 100%. Don't be surprised if you get it in multiple places, just for Coffee's sake. But oh man, that was good, bro. That was fun. Holy shit, dude. All right, I gotta go for my walk, bro. I gotta get out there. I gotta get my steppies in. I'm only at 3,000 steps today. Oh no, I need 9,000 more, or else I'll stay a fucking hog. Cool. That was good, man. That was a good one. And also, Minnie helped the entire time, in case you were wondering. Minnieful had the blessing of her star wand in here the whole time, so that's why it turned out pretty good, I think. So our travels through Eldar tomorrow. Let's go. Right on, man. That's exciting. Did y'all make a character for your Journey Across Eldar challenge? Did y'all make your characters? Because I need to make my character. I think I'm going to make an Astral Knight. No, Sage. Sages are better. Astral Sage. Screw it. Yep, I'm going to make an Astral Sage. And my character's reason for going on this journey... Well, I'll go over the festival that's happening in Monar in midsummer. So maybe you can just have... you know, some basis of information of why you're on your journey. For me, I will be on a quest to fulfill a dream that is dumb, but you know what? It's the reason why my character is going after there. Anyway, ooh, dude, my beard's growing in, bro. I'm starting to see the shadows on stream a little bit. It's starting to be noticeable in the light. I broke my electric razor, so I might be getting kind of scruffy over the next couple of weeks. Hope you guys don't mind. I'll develop a full neck beard and just have opinions on the internet on things and just call streamers thoughts or whatever else you do with your neck beard. So, all right, friends, that's stream today. Go out and get your walkies done because, well, your puppies need walks. Wait, that's me. Shit. Cool. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are amazing. Is it Wednesday or Tuesday? Wednesday. Wait, what did I do on Monday? What the fuck did I do on Monday? Was I live on Monday? I streamed twice this week so far? Okay, whatever. Anyway, so we play D&D tomorrow. All of us. Everyone in this chat plays D&D tomorrow, okay? So make sure you're ready for your games. But thanks for chilling, Sabine. Thank you, Brooklyn. Good to see you, Owl. Thanks for chilling, Azalea. Thanks for chilling, Nick and Atari. Good to see you, Salesian, as always. I will see you guys tomorrow. You won't? You rebel. All right. All right. Well, there's that for that plan. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Have a great rest of your week if I don't see you. But until next time, my friends. Until next time.